Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Trent Bridge Live for the final game of the 2024 season, where unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a little longer for this game to start. Now, although it is currently dry, as you might be able to see on your screens, the legend that is Steve Burks and his team are out clearing a lot of water from the covers and especially the surrounding areas. We've had a lot of rain overnight here in Nottingham and some more this morning, which means we have a delayed start. The umpires have been out to have a look around, and providing there is no further rain, they will take a further inspection at midday. So that's the news that we have currently. So a disappointing start, but stay with us and we will keep you updated as and when we receive more information. So the latest is a further inspection at midday.
Since the middle of 2019, ahead of the international summer. Remains to be seen how many games not to get out of him. But Stuart Broad is playing, Zach Chappell is back in, and there is a debut, a Nottinghamshire debut for the South African former Test match bowler Dane Patterson. So Chappell, Broad and Patterson will feature on the bottom of the scorecard. The top 8 for Notts, exactly as they were before, and it's Notts batting. For Warwickshire, I can tell you that their Indian overseas player Hanuma Vihari is in for his debut, and also Ollie Stone comes into the side, England Test bowler. So 2 changes for the Bears, the 2 to miss out, the former Gloucestershire pair, Craig Miles and Liam Norwell. We're going to get underway in just a moment with Oliver Hannon-Dolby bowling to the left-handed Ben Slater. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and we're going to get the round 2 of matches underway with Hannon-Dolby bowling to Slater. And there's a push and run, cries of bowler, bowler, bowler. It's a good shy, which hits the stumps, but Notts have a run. Really good bit of fielding there by Danny Briggs, the left-handed Briggs, so it was natural for him to pick the ball up cleanly as he came in from gully and shied at the far end, hit the stumps, but Slater was home. Richard Wilford is here, he's in the building, the commentator from BBC WM. He's just doing the update for the listeners in the West Midlands, and then Richard will be with me in a moment or two. So Notts are away in lovely conditions. It's still chilly, it's still April after all, but the sun is shining, we've got blue skies, and a lot of the players are in shirt sleeve order. So the right-handed Hasib Ahmed is on strike. Lovely delivery as this one nips away from him. There were early casualties, as we saw in all 4 innings of the match here last week between Notts and Durham, with Ben Slater out for naught in the first innings. He went on to get 73 second time around, and 2 low contributions from Hasib Ahmed, a 10 and a naught. Here is Hannon-Dolby. From this, the Radcliffe Road end bowling, and Hamid defends. Former Yorkshire bowler against former Lancashire batsman. A little bit of spice in that. Hannon-Dolby getting 7 wickets in Warwickshire's opening match, a drawn match at Edgbaston against Derbyshire, which of course finished on Sunday. Got 5 for in the second innings. The 2 matches in this group at Chelmsford. Essex are playing Durham, and I can tell you that Essex are batting, and they're 0 for 1. Nick Brown is out to Rushworth in the first over. Next ball has gone through to the wicket keeper. Warwickshire side in full: Will Rhodes, Dominic Sibley, who we'll talk about in a moment when Rich comes in, Rob Yates, Sam Hain. Hanuma Vihari is listed at 5, the Indian Test player, on his county championship debut, on his debut for the Bears. Matt Lamb, Michael Burgess, Tim Bresnan, Ollie Stone back in, Danny Briggs, who we've already seen execute a fine bit of fielding, and the bowler Oliver Hannon-Dolby. 5th ball of the morning has gone through very nicely indeed. Big tall man, of course. Hannon-Dolby gets a decent bit of bounce, but he's just nibbling it away off the seam. So it goes through to Michael Burgess. Notts, Ben Slater, Hasib Ahmed, Ben Duckett, Joe Clark, Lyndon James, who played so nicely on Sunday, finishing 79 not out. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain. Tom Moores, he got an unbeaten 96 in the first innings of last week's match. Liam Patterson-White, the spinner, and then the 3 changes: Zach Chappell, Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson. They'll be hoping they can get their feet up today. Hannon-Dolby to bowl, and that's the end of a very fine over from Hannon-Dolby. A scrambled push and run single, first ball of the match, and then 5 dot balls. Here's an update for Radio Nottingham, where the sun is shining. We've got cricket once again. We're into round 2 of the county championship, and like last week, Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney has won the toss, only this time he's elected to bat. Nottinghamshire won without loss at the end of the first over. They made 3 changes from the draw against Durham, all enforced. Out go Jake Ball, Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher, and in come the experienced Stuart Broad, Zach Chappell, and there's a debut for the South African Test bowler Dane Patterson. We're just about to start the second over. Notts batting 1 without loss. It's going to be Ollie Stone to bowl the second over from the pavilion end. So we've got an Oliver bowling at each end. Oliver Hannon Dolby and Ollie Stone, both Olivers though. I wonder if that's happened before here. Tall man, blonde hair, just forced his way into the England ranks over the last year or so, and he's in bowling. Quick, lively start outside the off stump, and it goes through to Michael Burgess. If you're just listening to us, either through the BBC Sport website or app or on the TuneIn radio, remember there are pictures available. There is a live stream available. Go on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. I presume the Warwickshire Club will also be live streaming it, and also through the ECB website. But you can get it through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. A Stone is in bowls, clipped away. It was in the air for a moment, but it's gone to the left of Vihari, who was not able to get anywhere near it in truth. But from this angle, it looked perilous for a second before it raced past the Indian fielder, who's at square leg, and ran away for the first boundary of the match. Slater on to 5. He's got all the Nottinghamshire runs. So lovely to hear from you, the Nottinghamshire supporters, through the last game at Brace Cricket on Twitter. Richard will, as I've said, will be with us in a moment. He's at Wilford WM as Stone in again to the left-handed Slater. He pushes this back up the track. Umpires are Steve O'Shaughnessy and Neil Malinder, and our scorers are Roger Marshall and Ian Smith, who's operating the screens. A very good morning to you all. We've got live pictures, of course, and Spence and Jono out there with the cameras in the stands. We've got some fixed stands around, cameras around the ground as well, so should be able to bring you some lovely pictures and some action replays and what have you. As this one is nicked low down. Don't think it carried to Tim Bresnan at first slip, but a genuine nick by Slater. Tim Bresnan picking himself up, one of the elder statesmen. You see what Darren Stevens is still doing in his 45th year. I think Tim Bresnan, who's only 36, has got a few years left in the game yet. There are 3 slips: Bresnan at first, Hayne at second, and Rob Yates at third, as this goes past the stumps and the bat. Slater not inclined to push at it as it goes through to Burgess. Very, very pleasant day indeed in this part of the world. Just to tell you that there'll be some extra overs today. They're going to get in 100 overs. This is all to do with cricket stopping on Saturday afternoon, as it pays its respect to Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. So there'll be some extra overs today and tomorrow. This one just short of a length. Slater goes to pull it away on the leg side. It strikes him in the midriff somewhere and drops out on the offside. End of the over. 5 without loss after 2 overs. A boundary from Ollie Stone's first over. So the playing hours today, as you'd expect this morning, 11 till 1 o'clock, the 2-hour session. We'll just try and find the actual confirmation before I put my foot in it, as usual. The second spell today, 20 to 2 until 10 to 4. Usually it's all about overs and when 32 remain and all the rest of it, but tea will be 20 to 4, and then the last session 10 past 6. I beg your pardon. 4 o'clock till 6:15 as a new over starts. Hamid yet to get his first run, leaves this alone. Andrew Wallace saying, morning Dave, unfortunately the Beeb seem to have removed the live events from the TuneIn app, so that's no longer an option. A shame, as the BBC Sport app doesn't seem to maintain the stream of the commentary for more than 10 minutes on my phone. So sorry about that, Andrew. Wasn't aware of that. That's Oliver Hannon-Dolby from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Balls to the right-handed Mead, and it's one of those leaves with a flourish. In fact, his bat, after the ball had gone past the stumps, was pointed to north, south, east and west in one little flourish there from the flamboyant Hamid. No inclination whatsoever in playing at the ball, but he does like to wave his bat round like a wand. Here's Hannon-Dolby. Sets off, nice straight approach. Ball's outside the off peg again, it goes through to Michael Burgess. So you've heard from me from 2.5 overs, and we've given him the big build-up, and now he's here. Richard Wilford's in the building, he's done his updates next door. Very, very good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all. I wish I'd done the updates next door, but technology let them down. Yeah, these days always start with a little bit of a turbulent moment, and then they build. They build steadily into success.
If you want to open the window your side of the box, I didn't know if you were like Martin Emerson, afraid of the fresh air, or well, you want to get the wind blowing on your face, as this one from Hannon-Dolby past the outside edge and through to the keeper. I'm sure everybody will have been made aware of it. I sort of gave a little bit of a tease out there and said when Richard comes through, the first thing I think we ought to do is congratulate Dom Sibley and get him to do it. One of the cricketers of the year, named by Wisden last year. It's a fine way, I think, to start this match, paying credit to somebody who's had a terrific couple of years.
Yeah, and as a very old school opener in a way, in that setting the innings as he did last summer for England, and that's primarily why he's been selected by the editor of Wisden for batting long times.
Hannon-Dolby looks very stiff-armed, stiff-legged as usual, but he's getting an appreciable amount of movement, isn't he? As he nips it away off the seam taken by Burgess. And I won't say it started here at Trent Bridge, because it didn't. It was the back end of 2019, but of course we have memories of what he did on this ground the last time Warwickshire came here, when he scored an unbeaten double hundred in the first innings, 215 not out, carrying his back, and then a century in the second innings. And it was only a day or two after then that he was called up into the England Test squad for the winter tour.
And yeah, I've no doubt that cemented his place as well that week here.
Certainly going to catch the eye, isn't it? 215 not out and 109 I think it was, as the next one is pushed into the offside. And it's fielded by Will Rhodes, Nottingham born, but we did have him up in the commentary once when Callie was with Yorkshire, and Will Rhodes was a Yorkshire player. He came up here and we talked about his Nottingham links, and quite frankly I think there weren't many. It was in his infancy that he went off to Cottingham, I think, just outside Hull, and that's where he grew up and began playing his cricket. But Nottingham born, it says, Will Rhodes. I've just briefly skirted through the two changes for Warwickshire. Richard, I don't know if you've got more to add. Interesting, we've got two Olivers opening the bowling.
Yeah, nice to see two Ollies opening the bowling. Liam Norwell has a bruised heel, so he wasn't available in the end for today's game. I think Craig Miles was always likely to miss out, but they are a seamer light, which means that Will Rhodes is going to play a bigger role as the fourth seamer, and he's perfectly capable of doing so, that's for sure. As Stone comes in to bowl, and that's got plenty of bounce to it. Very shiny new ball as it's parried into the air by Burgess, but leaving it alone with the bat held high is Ben Slater, who's got a good track record of making runs against the Bears. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned that match. I was here for that one back in September 2019. Two very different innings from Sibley, because Nottinghamshire got a very big first innings total. Yeah. So the first the double hundred was to try and get the game safe to some extent, and then a very positive century in the second innings as they chased sort of 4.5 and over on the final day in an attack with Ravi Ashwin in it. Stone in his first championship appearance of the season, that is fuller, and it does rattle through to the gloves of Burgess, but too far outside off stump and left alone.
Yeah, Notts were 400 and plenty for two at the end of the first day, weren't they? And somehow contrived to lose by 8 wickets. It was quite a turnaround from the Warwickshire perspective. I think indicative of Nottinghamshire form and results at the time, but it was a terrific effort from Sibley. And of course Joe Clogg also got 100 in each game. In each innings, I beg your pardon.
He batted exceptionally well in that game. Stone approaches once more, back of a length above bail height. It's allowed to go through by Slater, who has all 5 of the runs that are on the board inside the 4th over at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, I've just found it. Notts 425 for 6 at the end of the first day, and ended up losing by 8 wickets. Dom Sibley, if you've not heard, Dom Sibley, one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the year. Mohammad Rizwan of Pakistan, perhaps. Perhaps others over the years have had to do rather more than play a couple of Test matches in England in a socially distant summer than Rizwan, but the editor makes his selection.
Stone way outside off stump, no interest from Slater. It was a bit fuller. That would have been a very risky drive. So again, he hasn't had to play a ball this over.
Jason Holder wasn't there, and the other 2 was Zach Crawley, who had a fine time of things, and Darren Stevens.
Yeah, which is still in form again. The start of this season as well, at the age of 44, Darren Stevens. You can't keep a good man down. It was a much smaller body of work that Wisden had to choose from.
Yeah.
The English summer is always the primary judgment as to who's going to be selected, and as a result, I think he chose pretty wisely. Ball left alone again outside off stump. That was a bit fuller, but the line from Ollie Stone at the moment is too wide.
Yeah, the women didn't have any meaningful cricket really last summer, did they? So there's been 1 or 2 selections over the last 3 or 4 years, but none this time around. Didn't play an awful lot of cricket, but generally they'll take 1 from each of the touring sides who've done pretty well, and Holder and Rizwan were the standouts from the 2 visiting sides last year. A couple of England players, and very much one of the picks of the county championship or Bob Willis Trophy season, Darren Stevens.
Stone does at least draw a shot this time from Slater, and it goes past the outside edge of the bat and through to Burgess. Sam Hain has his 2 hands in the air for quite a long time, but there was no meaningful appeal. But that was by some distance the best ball of an over that otherwise was rather too wide outside off stump. But Nottinghamshire 5 without loss after 4 overs.
At Brace Cricket, I'm on the old Twittery thing. How can best, I'm sure they're aware, Richard, how can best your listeners get hold of you?
On Twitter at WilfordWM. Always happy to take messages on that sort of thing, but at Wilford WM.
And again, just tidying up the last round of matches for not supporters that weren't aware what Warwickshire did, Warwickshire supporters that weren't aware what Notts did. Notts drew here, 13 bonus points in the end. Warwickshire Derbyshire, it looked to be all set up for an interesting last day, and then you got some of the snow flurries that only briefly forced us off here. And Warwickshire Derbyshire draw 12 points to the Bears. There's Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Both umpires are heavily covered, so we'll get the binoculars. Yeah, it's Neil Malinder doing the walk at square leg, and Steve O'Shaughnessy at our end of the ground.
I think the Derbyshire second innings had probably gone on too far anyway. I think they struggled to take wickets on the final day. The surface was still good for batting on. Critchley played very well in both innings, actually.
It's one of those that burst on the scene 4 or 5 years ago. He played some Lions cricket. Of course, that's been put to one side for the time being, understandably. Hamid yet to score. Pushes this back to the bowler. A couple of people already getting in touch. Darren Cook, nice to hear from you. Darren, great to see cricket being played in sunny conditions this time of year by 2 counties full of English talent. Long may that continue. And Chris Doughty, morning Dave, sounding and looking great on the Trent Bridge YouTube channel this morning. Looking forward to seeing Patterson in a Notts shirt later in the game. So both sides, if you're joining us late, with a new overseas talent to for the members to enjoy and have a look at. This past the outside edge and through to Michael Burgess. Dane Patterson, the South African quick, who had no cricket for 12 months with a combination of a chest injury and then having made the decision that he was going to leave the South African game to throw in his lot with Nottinghamshire. So he didn't play for 12 months and he didn't really get involved a great deal in the warm-ups. So they left him out last week. He's been bowling in the nets, and he's got his opportunity with the absence of the 3 for various enforced reasons that we've just been talking about, as Hannon Dolby bowls, and Hamid is away. He'll be happy about that because he got a duck second innings against Durham, and he's got 2 down to third man. Notts on to 7, 2 to Hamid, and 5 to Slater, and India, I beg your pardon, Warwickshire bringing in the Indian batsman Hanuma Vihari. Some last-minute negotiations, I guess, because their original choice not able to come.
He will be here soon, though, Peter Milan. So Vihari, a handful of games he's expected to play, and in his interest to come over to England, because with India due to tour later in the summer, any runs he makes in the county championship help him get back into the Indian test teams. He lost his place to a hamstring injury during the series down under in Australia.
Anand Dolby, squad number 20, bowls again wide of the off peg, goes through to Burgess. I have to admit, he's not one that had sort of been logged in the brace girdle memory bank. Had to do a little bit of homework on him. Actually made his test debut here in England at the Oval a couple of years ago. He's not had a lot of cricket in this country. Vihari, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's listed on the card at number 5, slotting in there between Sam Hain and Matt Lamb. Michael Burgess at number 7. Notts know all about him. Got a fine century in his Sussex days against Notts. Another one outside the off peg and through to the keeper.
Yeah, if anything, Warwickshire not making Nottinghamshire play enough in the opening 15-20 minutes of the game. And given that, I would say it's a slightly shallow bowling pool in terms of seam for the Bears. In terms of the number of overs you'd expect them to bowl in a day, Ollie Stone is not going to bowl 25 overs today. We've got extra overs to get through as well, with it being a 100 over day today. Will Rhodes certainly is going to have to bowl considerably more than we're used to seeing in the first innings of a game. Vihari is notionally a second spinner as well. He's only got 27 first-class wickets. But his batting average is mid-50s. So
56, I think. Yeah.
So he's got a reputation for spending a lot of time at the crease. As Stone advances, that's a better line, and it forces Slater on the back foot to guide it out into the offside to point, where Sibley does the fielding, and there's no run. 7 without loss, Nottinghamshire.
Notts supporters may remember a couple of years ago they went to the Isle of Wight to play Hampshire, that one game that was on the island, and Hampshire had just signed Ajinkya Rahane, and there was all this talk that he hadn't played much cricket in England, etc., and he virtually got off the plane and knocked off 100, a fine 100. Next ball through to Burgess, and it remains 7 without loss.
Sorry, I got distracted by them trying to sort out the mess that had occurred. Apologies for that. Back focus now. Flurry of email activity. It's a beautiful day. I mean, the clouds today are the sort. Jack Russell would love to be here sketching this.
Everybody would love to be. It'd be lovely to see a couple of thousand in the ground, wouldn't it? And hopefully it won't be long, folks.
It's high time. It really is. As Stone once more is in back of a length. It did actually just arc back as it passed the stumps there. It was very late movement. Burgess just having to adjust and move his gloves to his right. But Slater has shown very good judgment of what's going on outside his off stump so far.
Here's a question from Duncan. Do you think the rule prohibiting saliva being supplied to the ball has changed the balance any between bat and ball and made life harder for bowlers, or particularly dependent on lateral movement? Do you think it'll be years before it's allowed again? I think it probably will be years.
Whether it's ever allowed again.
Yeah.
And sweat is the thing that they will use instead, and there are all sorts of ways. So that one cuts in a little bit from Stone. Chopping down onto it is Slater, forced out into the offside, fielded at short extra cover, and there's no run.
I think there'll be a little bit of experimenting with the hand sanitizer in the nets, won't there? The different sorts of gel that's being used.
I've seen players have to say, "Oh dear, some hand sanitizer has gone onto the ball," because you can't touch it with that. I think it was interesting last year watching players occasionally trying to just putting their hand up onto their back, under their shirt, and on their back to get a bit more sweat. Yeah. There are means and ways, and the saliva bit was always a bit unpleasant, wasn't it? As Stone back of a length, angled in towards leg stump and possibly down the leg side, it wraps Slater on the thigh pad out into the leg side, and there's no run. I've confessed once on the Bears Pod Blast, the podcast that I do with Ollie Hannon Dolby, as a schoolboy cricketer, I wasn't immune to using a bit of Olbas oil on the ball.
Oh no.
because I had terrible hay fever. So, you know, it came out as a window of opportunity, Dave.
Yeah.
I appreciate it makes me a bad person. Did it help much? I've no idea.
I generally found they could still hit it as far, whether I'd used any artificial substances or not on the ball as I...
It just smelt better. When you got it back, you could hold it to your nose and it cleared your sinuses. Stone outside off stump, and again, there's quite a bit of movement after it's gone past the stumps. And it's taken in the end to his right by Burgess. The thing is that the lateral movement is coming at a point where it isn't going to cause too much of a problem for the batsmen. So Nottinghamshire, for all that they haven't scored freely in the opening 6 overs, have looked pretty comfortable.
Did mention the first wicket of the day had gone down in this group. That was at Essex. Nick Brown out to Chris Rushworth. Durham have got another one. Essex are 12 for 2 early on. Tom Wesley's been dismissed as well by Matt Salisbury, who had a fine game here at Trent Bridge last week. Alistair Cook's still there. So Essex 12 for 2. The other game in this group is at Derby, where Derbyshire are playing Worcestershire. Derbyshire are batting their 21 for 1 in the early stages there. Lewis Rees has been dismissed by Joe Leach. So all change in the Nottinghamshire fast bowling ranks, and to a certain extent a little bit of tinkering, as Richard's been saying, with the Warwickshire bowling unit, with Ollie Stone coming in, but there's still Tim Bresnan, of course, to supplement the two Olivers. Danny Briggs, the slow left arm, and of course the captain, Will Rhodes, will sort of do the Stephen Mullaney job, I suppose. This is down the leg side, taken by the tumbling Burgess. Just quickly to rattle around the country. There seems to be play everywhere. There is indeed. In Group 2, Hampshire 8 without loss against Middlesex, Somerset 19 for 1 against Gloucestershire, Leicestershire 11 without loss against Surrey, and in Group 3, Glamorgan 22 for 1 against Sussex, Yorkshire 38 for 1 against Kent, and Lancashire 6 without loss against Northants. So cricket everywhere, all matches available via the BBC Sport website and app. And Dolby bowling again to Hasib Hamid, this Roses battle between bowler and batsman. Hamid dropping this down into the catching quartet. No run.
There's plenty of short boundary, isn't it, on the one side this week?
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a tempter.
We're playing towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, the Smith Cooper stand. Not quite as far over as we have seen a time or two. We're sort of in line with the dressing rooms here at Trent Bridge, and of course right now they're only half being used. Worcestershire, beg your pardon, shouldn't say that. Warwickshire have got the entire lower floor as Hannah Dolby bowls, and again nice bounce and carry, just nipping away over the shoulder of the bat. And Nottinghamshire will be using their dressing room and the Vice President's suite, the Executive Suite, on the top of the pavilion through the course of the game. 7 without loss.
You know, the way that all teams have adjusted to the COVID guidelines has been really good. Again, I'm not sure how much longer they'll have to do that, and you know, the optimism that spectators will be inside the ground before too long. You just missed the hum of it as much as anything in the background.
Yep. Next ball is nicked and put down at third slip. Is that Rob Yates? It's gone down. Hamid should have been taken there on 2. He went forcefully at Hannon Dolby. It's got a genuine edge, and the ball was in and then out quick as a flash. And Hamid gets a live 7 without loss.
They took their catches really well last week as well, the Bears, so that will be very, very frustrating. Hannon Dolby, I thought, reacted very well to it in a way. He just turned around, got to his mark. He knows they held on to some great catches last week, so nonetheless, they could have done with that early breakthrough.
Here is Hannon Dolby in again, and this time it's chopped away. It always happens, doesn't it? Straight after a drop, the poor old bowler goes for runs. Hamid had forced it down to third man, and they'll come back for 3. For the drop, he'd got 3 slips in there and a gully, and then they tightened it up. They moved the gully fielder into 4th slip, and typically that's where Hamid ran it down. I think it was Rob Yates, wasn't it, in at third slip?
Yeah, it looks like it to me, as he wanders across to the other side to still be at third slip. He's got Bresnan and Hayne inside him. And Sibley's taken on gully duties for now, has he? Or no, is he down at long leg, Sibley?
So no decent opening partnerships in the match last week against Durham. Durham were 5 for 2 in both innings, Notts for 1 for 1 in both innings. And there should have been an early casualty here. 10 on the board as this goes through to Burgess. End of the 7th over here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire with Dave Brace-Girdland. Lovely, lovely to see again, Richard Wilford.
Look, it's always a pleasure to come here as well, Dave. It is away from Edgbaston, right up there is one of my favourite grounds, Trent Bridge. Always a proper cricket ground, almost always great surfaces to play cricket on in any format as well. And a very friendly reception when you come to the ground, you know, albeit under unusual circumstances and not coming in the gate that you used to coming in and all that. And yet, whilst you have to go through all the necessities at this time, temperature tests and all that, all done with a smile. It looked like a smile. It's hard to tell, isn't it, through the mask? But the eyes were smiling, and you can't do any more than that. And the most important thing is that we've got cricket being played, and with a great service as well to watch it on the YouTube channel.
And
so
the forecast I don't think is too bad over the course of this game. We should get right the way through.
Stone in onto the pads of Hamid, who clips it behind square on the leg side. Should only be the one. It's Sibley who scuttles across and fields, but Hamid now will feel like he's got himself going. He's on 6-11 without loss. The scoreboard, as is often the case, at breakneck speed to get the score up on the board. Tremendous.
Andrew Parker, Dave, you just said that was a genuine edge. What is an ungenuine edge? Asking for a friend. I think an ungenuine edge, just to play along with your question, is I guess where you open the face and try and guide it, try and run it down and get it a little thinner than you wanted it to go, but you are intending the ball, I guess, to go away in that area down towards third man. Hamid was just looking to push it back towards the V. In truth, he was driving hard at it, looking to push in the V, the area between mid-on and mid-off, and it flew away to third slip.
Stone's going to come round the wicket now to Slater, back of a length, trying to angle it in towards the stumps, but Slater has shown a very sound judgment as to where his off stump is, and it goes past that and through to Burgess. It's good to know that the pedants are out early. I dread to think what Martin Emerson's doing down at Chelmsford at the the moment, by the way.
Well, he'll have got the champagne out.
3 down in half an hour.
Are they 3 down now?
Yeah.
11 without loss. It's his first visit. He was telling us last night. Well, I was speaking to him last night. And the old blower.
Stone, it's an edge and it's taken at the second attempt at slip. It's Sam Hayne who takes the catch, and that's the first time really that Slater has been tempted into the drive. It was a fuller length from Stone and it went very quickly to Sam Hayne, who was able to cushion it at least with the first contact that he made on the ball, and turned round and took the catch at second slip. First wicket down. It's Slater caught by Hayne off the bowling of Stone. Nottinghamshire 11 for 1.
Yes, he held it very well. Again, that one went quickly. I think it was a genuine edge. He was looking to force it away. It'll be interesting to see how they line up again, because Duckett, presumably coming in at 3, will be a left-hander. I thought he was actually at third slip, and I was just going to make the point. Now, have they swapped over? But they were already in celebration mode, so we'll have to have a look. 32 minutes, Ben Slater batted, 22 balls, 1 boundary, but he's gone cheaply. 11 for 1. Going to do an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Ben Duckett, who got a century at Edgbaston in 2019, is only 100 against Warwickshire in first-class cricket for the 26-year-old. Made 24 and 12 in the first match against Durham. Yes, glorious conditions, but Nottinghamshire have lost a wicket there, 11 for 1, and it is funny how fate goes for one player and not for another. In the over that was bowled a few moments ago, Asiba Mead was very fortunate. He was on 2 at the time. He genuinely nicked it into the slip cordon, and a routine catch went begging. Hamid with a life. But in this current over, Ben Slater has played a similar shot against the returning England quick bowler Ollie Stone, and this time he's been gobbled up at second slip by Sam Hain. Slater out for 5. So as in the previous match, early collateral damage for Nottinghamshire. They won the toss, opted to bat first, and they've lost an early wicket. Notts 11 for 1 in the 8th over.
And Stone will continue. Not missed a thing, because there hasn't been a single delivery since that. Into the shorter left-hander Duckett, and that one, similar line, not quite as full. And once more, bit of movement after it goes past the stumps before being taken by Burgess. Hayne is still
he is at second,
yeah. Just by the time that he took the catch, he was sort of behind Rob Yates, wasn't he? He had to move across. It's, I've got nothing against slip fielders who have good enough hands that they can cushion the first attempt at it and give themselves a second chance. And he was pretty calm as he turned to take it in a very white sweater, Sam Hain, as the sunlight shines on it, fuller but wider. The next delivery from Stone, and it remains 11 for 1. It's funny you talk about Martin from Durham not having been to Chelmsford before. It's a place that I've only been to for one championship game in 20 odd years of doing this, and obviously we with BBC Radio WM and BBC Commentary Warwickshire, we have a variety of commentators that do things over the course of the season. But it's just a place that very rarely seem to get the opportunity to go to, and it's another great place to watch cricket. Although they're a very tough side to play against generally, that's fair to say. Now this one has just cut Duckett up a little bit, and Stone is interested to chase through in case he's got the opportunity to kick the stumps down. I don't think Duckett had ever actually left his crease, but it might have just angled into him a little bit, quite high up on the thigh, and all he could do was really let it drop off his body out into the offside. There's no run. We've had 8 overs, very competitive start to the day. Nottinghamshire 11 for 1.
Apparently he was saying that 10 years ago was the last time that Durham played at Chelmsford, and that week his wife went into labour, Martin. So understandably he missed that game, and since then the 5 years that Durham were in Division 1, Essex were in 2, and as Essex came up, Durham went down. So he's been waiting 10 years to go down there. But, very much looking forward to enjoying the delights of Chelmsford. 11 for 1, Oliver Hannon Dolby to begin his 5th over. 4 overs, none for 6. Nice and miserly, as you'd expect him. And first ball just shapes away from Hamid, who's on 6. A couple of messages. Modulated Dave, sat watching the cricket unfold, working from home in Birmingham but supporting Notts. What I'd give to be at Trent Bridge right now. Yeah, I think that would be echoed by a lot of supporters. Dave hopefully won't be too long. Leroy, hi Dave, nice to see Trent Bridge on the live stream today. I saw my own ODI there with a ticket my friend's dad gave me. It wasn't well enough to go. England's world record score against Australia. 11 for 1. Hannon Dolby bowling, and this goes through to the keeper. Oh, that's a no ball. Steve O'Shaughnessy just pretty sure, yeah, it's gone up on the board as a no ball. 13 for 1. I don't want to sound like one of the marketing members of the club, but there are, as I understand, a few tickets left for the August Test match here, England versus India. I think the Pakistan T20 international later in the summer is totally sold out, and there are tickets for lots of other things. Of course, the Royal London One Day Cup final is going to be played at Trent Bridge later in the summer. But go on there and have a look if you want to come and see some live cricket and get your tickets in advance, as Hannon Dolby bowls to Hamid and fields off his own bowling.
Look, a slower ball from Ollie Hannon Dolby. I don't think you could be accused of marketing when, to an audience of cricket lovers who are joining us today, who are desperate to watch cricket live, you recommend some really fine days of cricket here. I think that's fair. That's fair.
I don't know about you, I like the old snooker, and I didn't in the end. I saw that they were putting some Crucible tickets on sale yesterday, some returns and what have you. They're going to have a full house in at the Crucible when the snooker starts next week. Next ball has gone through to the keeper, and Monday's only the only day I could really go, and
You were tempted though.
I was, but you've got to have a flow test and register it in all the bits and pieces, the necessary bits and pieces, and
do you know what though? That's not too bad, is it?
I've got nobody to go with, and
oh bless.
No, you know, come watch it on the telly, have a cup of tea, and chat to the missus, or whatever. Hamid on strike. Lets this go through to the keeper. Lovely to hear from Andy Afford, former Notts spinner. He's gone early on the shout, hoping Notts can get to 350, but for 3 by the close. It'd be a good day for the home side, Andy, if they could do that. Some top order runs from maybe this pair, or Joe Clark, or Lyndon James. He'll be a name that's not too familiar to Richard or the Warwickshire listeners. He's played just 3 games, but really did play nicely last week for his 79 not out. Picked up a couple of wickets as well in the match. This one is defended by Hamid. Of course, pre-season, no reason you should have got down there, but Notts and Warwickshire did play a couple of pre-season matches. What, a fortnight or so ago, the first teams, if you like, played at Edgbaston 2-day match, and the spares and the seconds played at, I think, do they call it Edgbaston Community Ground, the old Mitchell and Butler's ground?
Yeah, at Portland Road, yeah.
And Lyndon James got 100 in that match against the Warwickshire spares and twos, so he's sort of had a good pre-season and first match, so we'll see how he goes. Hannon Dolby bowls again. This is through to the keeper. But lovely to hear from Andy. We've got another Dave. Lots of Daves about Dave. I agree with Dave. A good start to the day for the Bears. Hopefully won't be long before we can be in the sunshine again.
You say that match incidentally at Portland Road was against the sort of spares and the twos, but actually it was not a bad Warwickshire bowling attack. They split the bowling attack quite a bit. Ollie Hannon Dolby played in the Portland Road game. I think Henry Brooks did as well. So actually it was...
And the guy making his debut for Notts here, Dane Patterson, he didn't play at Edgbaston, he played in that game.
So it was pretty competitive cricket played that week. But the warm-up games in the very cold weather.
They've got quite strong squads, as you'd expect them to have. It's going to go around the wicket again.
Yep, so Stone to begin a new over from the pavilion end, and pushing forward outside off stump is Duckett in defence. Fielded in pretty agile manner by Stone in his follow through. He will certainly have international ambitions during the course of this summer.
He's had a little bit of the old Jake Balls, hasn't he, over the last 18 months or so. He's made a lot of squads and not got a lot of action, and Jake's been a bit like that.
Yeah, although that pales in significance to Chris Woke's winter.
Yeah,
a lot of time away from home, not playing cricket. But there we go. Stone is in once more, short of a length, and a miscued pull by Duckett that he's rather fortunate that it kind of dies and limps out into the leg side.
He's been doing a bit of dancing though, Chris Wokes, I saw. I don't know if you saw that on social media.
How good was that? At the Delhi Capitals Media Day.
Yeah.
And he was doing the... I was comparing it downstairs to sort of the Bombay Dreams was in the West End. He'd get a gig doing that. And when Steve Smith struggled in comparison, that's all I'm saying. As Stone is in once more, short, and that's cut very nicely, and that should go for 4. And the outfield isn't at its most rapid at this time of year, but that's got plenty on it to cross, and Duckett gets off the mark with a boundary. He's got 4, and Nottinghamshire 17 for 1. Yes, Chris Woke spent an awful lot of time in isolation and quarantine over the course of the winter without playing an international game for England, but it did mean it was quite amusing that myself and Ollie Hannon Dolby recorded the first Bears pod blaster this year with Chris whilst he was quarantining again in a hotel in Mumbai ahead of playing for the Delhi Capitals. So we talk about what it's like to spend as long as he has in quarantine, trying to deal with the fact that you wore an Alice band in test matches last summer, how long the beard's going to stay, and trying to prove that Chris Wokes is not as perfect as people think. You can download that from your favourite podcast provider, as Stone bowls way outside off stump and far enough, in fact, to be called a championship wide. And Nottinghamshire go for 18 without loss. That was justified. It must have been pretty much outside the return crease by the time it passed the stumps. But yes, do search for Bears Pod Blast, and you'll hear Chris Wokes for an hour from his hotel room with an exercise bike in the background.
I'd still like to think that the highlight of Chris Woke's cricket career was the one match he played for Notts Seconds a number of years ago, when he was desperate to prove his fitness for England and wasn't able to get a Bears game that week, so played for Notts Seconds.
Stone with a much better line this time, angled in and full towards Duckett, who shows the full face of the bat and defends it into the offside. I'm going to suggest to you that it might not be his fondest cricketing memory.
He's a good lad. He's a good lad indeed.
We talked through his first Championship 100, which he scored down at Southampton. Dimi Mascarenas was captaining Hampshire, and he came into bat with Jonathan Trott. Chris Woakes was batting at 8, and they decided he was only in 19, that they'd feed him the strike. They did everybody preventing the boundary when Jonathan Trott was on strike, and vice versa for Woakes. Stone comes into bowl to Duckett, stretching to drive the ball into the offside. He gets it wide of Rhodes at kind of wide mid-off, and they're going to come through for 3. Well run. 21 for 1, slightly looser over this from Stone. But yeah, he was doing the field where he was trying to keep Woakes on strike for as long as possible. He ended up 135, having not played a false shot, and you'd have thought at some point you'd start having normal fields for him, but no. It was a most peculiar afternoon, and following morning, in fact. And that was part of him announcing himself as the cricketer he was going to become, because if he'd concentrated purely on batting, I think he'd have come pretty close to being a Test cricketer. So that's his second weapon. Stone back over the wicket for the right-handed Hamid, and that's gone past the angle of the bat, over the shoulder of the bat, and he just has a little look at what he would have liked to have done, Hasib Hamid. End of the over though, Nottinghamshire 21 for 1, 10 overs gone.
Yes, he's scored some good runs over the years. Chris Woakes against Notts. If Notts had a reasonably successful time, not that it happened all that often, but they got rid of the likes of Chopra and Porterfield and Trott and Bell and Ricky Clark and Tim Ambrose, then they'd inevitably run into Chris Woakes and Keith Barker, because they always seem to get runs in that lower middle order for many years. That was sort of a really solid Warwickshire side, wasn't it? It wasn't a case of how quickly they got their runs. They'd bat for a day and 3/4, get 500 or 600 on the board, and managed to win with, no doubt, Jeetan Patel playing a dominant role, and found a very successful way of winning for several seasons. 21 for 1. Ben Duckett scored 7. He's on strike, about to face Hannon Dolby, and he blocks this one. 15th of April, Richard, day in history when the Titanic died. I beg your pardon. The Titanic sank in 1912 off Newfoundland. Also, sadly, it was the day of the Hillsborough disaster in 1989.
You're bringing the mood down there.
All right, let's liven it up a bit. Emma Watson, she's 30 today. I've never watched a Harry Potter in my life, but I know who Harry Watson is.
No, I haven't either.
Is an edge just falling short of third slip. This is really good from Hannon Dolby and from Stone in these early stages, and it's difficult for the Nottinghamshire batsman. Just died in front of the fielder. Samantha Fox, her birthday today, she's 55, and Emma Thompson, Nanny McPhee, she's 62. The birthdays, not too many cricket birthdays today. James Foster's about the only one I can find, former Essex and briefly England wicketkeeper, he's 41. Hannon Dolby balls again, and this is pushed up to mid-off.
I would bracket James Foster and Chris Reed together as two of the most talented wicketkeepers to have got such limited England opportunity. And
went with Geraint Jones a lot of the time, didn't they, when they were both sort of in the palm?
We've been blessed with an awful lot of good wicketkeepers in the last 20 years, Dave. I think just you look at all the options. I mean, Tim Ambrose had a brief Test career as well. Yeah. Awful lot of really, really fine, and batsman keepers now. There are so many around on the county circuit. 21 for 1. Ben Duckett on strike. He's another one, and this is run away for 4 by Duckett. Just managed to guide it
to the right of Danny Briggs in the gully, away for 4. Of course, Duckett former North Ants when he's down this end facing a former teammate in Ollie Stone. Duckett on to 11, but he's very much a member of the wicket keepers union, as is Joe Clark.
Manouma Vihari's had to get over the advertising hoardings to go and fetch the ball. It wasn't the easiest manoeuvre I've ever seen. I don't think he's a natural athlete. I don't think he would have been at home on the obstacle course in the final round of the Krypton Factor, on the evidence of that.
There was a little bit of a five-a-side kickabout from the Bears. I didn't see him taking too much of an involvement in that, as Alan Dolby bowls again outside the off-stump, beats Duckett. He's relatively short of stature, isn't he, Vihari, but as Richard was saying, comes with a very impressive pedigree, and a first-class average of 56 isn't anything to be sniffed at. Grinds out his runs. He'll be looking forward to playing at Trent Bridge for the first time, I'm sure.
He hasn't got the number on his shirt I was expecting him to have, so I don't know whether he's borrowed one or they've changed their mind as to what number. I thought he was going to be a higher number than that.
There's Alan Dolby bowling to Duckett past the outside edge. It was only that the Bears tweeted it yesterday that I saw what it was.
Yeah. It's a good line that Alan Dolby has bowled. That over just nibbled at that off stump, and it wasn't a particularly controlled boundary that Duckett scored, but he got over it and he kept soft wrists to keep the ball low. But that was a good probing over. We're going to see Tim Bresnan there. The 3 main seamers, they are going to have to chop and change over the course of the morning. So Ollie Stone's first spell of 5 overs, which produced the wicket of Ben Slater, is done, and on comes the 36-year-old Bresnan, who didn't take a wicket last week. So he wanted to get in amongst them. Bowled pretty tidily in the game against Derbyshire, but without success. That's already, by the way, that catch was already Sam Haynes' 6th in the Championship this season. So second slip has been in the business.
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. Bresnan first played here as a 16-year-old in a one-day match for Yorkshire Phoenix, as it was then, against Notts back in 2001, 20 years ago.
That's some career that he's had. And in he comes for the first time today. It's short of a length, and reaching was Hamid. Didn't really get his back foot across. It was pretty wide outside off stump. An old school loosener, that from Tim Bresnan. But it was a fairly unattractive attempt at a stroke from Hamid as a result.
Yes, he's not very orthodox, Hamid, at all. That's one thing we can say about him. Bresnan played 2 test matches here at Trent Bridge. India in 2011 and West Indies the year after.
He approaches once more. That's a better line. Forcing on the back foot is Hamid, but that doesn't get away from the cover fielder. And there'll be no run. Matt Lamb sliding in. Lamb, who won't be bowling his medium pace or medium fast anymore. That was caused him too many injury problems, but I'm told that his leg breaks are developing very nicely. So we may see some of those as the season goes on. Probably not quite ready to unfold them in the Championship yet, as fuller delivery on and around off stump from Bresnan is met by the defence of Hamid, who goes off on a wander of about 4 or 5 paces into the leg side. Concentration a big part of his game. He's rarely a quick scorer, Hasib Hamid, but he, like Dominic Sibley has done for England, he sets the innings up when he bats long for others to play around. As he leaves outside off stump with again that sort of flamboyant wave of the bat. I mean, it's not the full Courtney Walsh, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of bat movement for what is actually, to all intents and purposes, nothing more than a leave. Still the 3 slips in place. Backward point rather than a gully, rather deeper. Cover is in fairly short. Mid off, mid on. Square legs in front of square, and Hannon Dolby down at long leg. As this is cut off the back foot with it quite tight to his body by Hamid, and it hops into the hands of Vihari at point.
This is already looking like it could be a tough old match for the bowlers. Hard, firm surface. You can, if you stare hard enough, you can convince yourself there's a few green flecks in the strip, but I think as the sun gets on this is going to be hard work for the bowlers.
Bresnan bounces away from the wickets in his final stride, and then he's steered through the offside. That short boundary, Vihari isn't going to be able to catch that at all. It was just a little bit of neat timing, really, from Hamid on the back foot. Wasn't looking to hit the ball with any power at all, just steered it wide of point and gets it through for a boundary. He makes double figures now, Hamid. He's on 10. 12 overs gone in the Nottinghamshire first innings. They're 29 for 1.
Yes, they're all going off for a hand sanitising little break, so we'll have a squirt of the old gel as well here in the
I like that you're doing it at the same time.
Yeah, we'll come out in...
I'll do the one behind here. We've got a variety, very well provided for, as always, and I know that added embellishments from Mr. Bracegirdle to make sure everything's comfortable and good. So, post-play press conference going to be done by Zoom by Warwickshire today, which is fine. Got very used to that with sports coverage in the last year.
Yeah.
Never heard of it 14 months ago.
No, I don't think anymore there'll be a necessity for people to drive 70, 80, 100 miles to go for meetings anymore. I think those days are long gone. It'll be let's just plug in and have a chat on Zoom. There's Alan Dolby. You'd imagine he'll be coming towards the end of his spell sometime soon. This is his 7th. Bowls to the left-handed Duckett, who defends. Duckett, like Hamid, having a tremendous county championship season in 2016, and then both got their opportunity with England that winter. Duckett played in 4 tests, 2 in Bangladesh and 2 in India, and Hamid played in 3 in India. But they've not featured since. Duckett did play a T20 international in 2019, but Asib hasn't been involved at all since that winter, 4.5 years ago now, as Alan Dolby comes in again to Duckett, chops this down into the gully, and Danny Briggs doing the fielding. Former Hampshire and Sussex spinner. Looks a good pickup for the Bears. You obviously need somebody to try and fill the immense boots, the wicket-taking capacity of Jeetan Patel, and Danny Briggs is as good as there is out there for my money.
It's quite a pair of shoes to fill, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Briggs has been probably underused in recent years in 4-day cricket, and was very keen to show that he can perform in that. He's got an outstanding T20 record.
Of course, Mark Robinson will be aware of him from his time down at Sussex. 29 for 1. Next ball is played down nicely by Duckett. Was just threatening just to pop a little bit, wasn't it? And he got over it, played it down in the ground, out onto the offside to Vihari.
Worth pointing out, though, that Briggs was signed well before the appointment of Mark Robinson as well, tail end of last season. And means we've got 2 players on the Warwickshire staff from the Isle of Wight.
Adam Hose, the other one, yeah. I think they're the only 2 in the game at the moment. There used to be David Griffiths. You can tell Notts have played at Hampshire, can't you, in recent times. David Griffiths, who played for Hampshire. Next ball, outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. That was the first time I'd been on the island a couple of years ago when Notts went there, and very much enjoyed it. And as I've said at the time, and have often repeated when asked about it, the thing that surprised me was that there were traffic jams. I just hadn't taken into account that it'd be very much like the mainland in that capacity. Where there's roads, there's cars, and where there's cars, there's congestion.
It's very popular with West Midlanders in retirement, the Isle of Wight.
It's nice, very much enjoyed it. To a nice fish restaurant on the coast one night. There's Annan Dolby. It's ball to Duckett, who's on 11, leaves this one alone. Mark's been in touch. Morning, gents, nice to hear you. Any information about which round of county championship matches might allow spectators back? Less risky than watching the Snooker World Championships indoors, I should think. Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I think it's provisionally penciled in. The 20th of May round of games would feature Notts v Worcestershire here, and I'm not sure where the Bears are that week, but I think as it stands with the regulations, there's a boundary run away by Duckett for another 4 between third slip and gully. Nicely played, got over it. Duckett ran it away and gets 4. But I think you've only heard the rumour from Bracegirdle. I don't think it's official, but I do believe the government are sort of looking at that week as when spectators can get back inside and start watching elite sport. Although, as you point out, they can go inside to the Crucible from Saturday and watch the snooker. It's a little bamboozling and a little disappointing, I think, for cricket fans and football fans and one or two others. But there we are, 33 for 1 after 13 overs. Notts losing Ben Slater this morning. He nicked off to slip, giving Ollie Stone a wicket. That was in the 8th over. Slater out for 5. Here's Tim Bresnan bowling to Hamid. First ball of his second over goes through to Burgess. Anthony's been in touch. Good morning from a sunny Tick Hill. Great to hear you and to see Trent Bridge in the sunshine too, watching on the live stream. Joined you late this morning, Dave. Is it possible to go over the bowling changes in the Notts side? Has Ball got an injury following the Durham game? As I understand, it's a back twinge with Jake. Don't know what it is with Brett Hutton, but it is a slight niggle from the game last week. This one's pushed back to the bowler, and Fletch feeling a bit under the weather, got a bit of a cold, got a sniffle and what have you. So there are 3 changes to the bowling unit for Notts. Stuart Broad allowed to play by the ECB. A little earlier, I confessed to what I was expecting him to be playing for Notts. So good to see Stuart in the 11. Zach Chappell, always like to see Zach. The X-Factor bowler for my money is nice and quick. This is forced away by Hamid. There's a cry of weight there, but it has beaten the dive of Vihari and goes away for 4 more. And Hamid on to 14, Notts a 37 for 1. And Dane Patterson will get his long-awaited, for him I would imagine, first appearance for Nottinghamshire. Coming into the side, the South African test bowler, a couple of tests winter before last for South Africa. So Chappell, Broad and Patterson in at the bottom of the order. The top 8, as you were, with Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White both keeping their places, as you'd expect. LBW shout here. Neil Mallinder's not particularly inclined to give Tim Bresnan anything from that shout. I think they're both Leeds United fans, aren't they? And certainly know Neil Mallinder is. Something in the back of my mind says Bresnan in as well, but I'm sure somebody will correct me if he's not. Certainly umpire Mallinder is. Been in 1 or 2 hotels for away matches when umpire Mallinder's been there, and watching Leeds on the big screen when they've been playing 37 for 1. The score here at Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Wilford just having popped next door to update listeners to the West Midlands. Halfway through the first session of the day. 1 ball left in the 14th over. And Bresnan to Hamid. Again, he forces it away on the offside, this time to the left of Vihari. Should be able to pull this back. Loses his new Warwickshire cap as he chases down towards the William Clark stand, and they do come back for a couple of runs. So Hamid on to 16, having faced 43 balls. Duckett 15 not out from 20. Notts a 39 for 1 after 14 overs. Ben Slater caught Hayne at second slip off the bowling of Stone for 5. That was 11 for 1 in the 8th. Should be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment or two, I would imagine. But just quickly, the other games that we can get to. Essex in a right old pickle at Chelmsford. We saw Durham's bowling attack playing very, very nicely indeed here, but good as they were, they didn't have Notts for 36 for 5 at any stage, and that's what Essex are. 36 for 5, 2 to Rushworth, 1 to Salisbury and 2 to Carse. Brown, Cook, Westley, Walter and Tender Scarter have all gone. Here's the update for Radio Nottingham. Lovely conditions here. We started an hour ago, 11 o'clock-ish, and Nottinghamshire are 39 for 1. Captain Stephen Mullaney having won the toss. The man out, Ben Slater. He'd seen Asiba Mead dropped at the other end on 2, and then Slater, like Hamid, nicked into the slip cord, and this time Sam Hain was able to hang on at second slip off the bowling of Ollie Stone. So that was Slater out for 5. Since then, Hamid has moved on to 16 in lovely conditions. Ben Duckett is on 15. Notts are 39 for 1. So there's the update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners, the midday news. So Anand Dolby's been bowling for just over an hour now, into his 8th over, bowling to the left-handed Duckett, who pushes this up to mid-off, and that's a scampered single. They might just have caught Ollie Stone on the hoof a little bit there. They did a push and run. Some byplay there between Duckett and Stone. Richard, I mentioned earlier, former Northampton teammates and good mates.
I think that's a really well judged run, in fairness. It was to the left of Stone, so he was always going to have to get across his body to be able to throw. So I think just really good judgment on Duckett's part. He's looked very businesslike since he came to the crease, Ben Duckett. When he gets going, he's very easy on the eye as well, isn't he? I know it's like so many shorter batsmen, so strong on the pull and the cut.
There's Anand Dolby in to bowl to Hamid on his pads, clipped out where Vihari's fielding on that leg side. I won't necessarily say he enjoys it against Warwickshire, Ben Duckett, but he's certainly enjoyed Edgbaston in the past, and of course he's one of only three players to have won 3 blasts there on finals day. A couple for Northants, and he guided Notts over the line last October in the gloom as Notts won the blast for the 2nd time. So he's enjoyed his trips to Edgbaston over the years, and did score a ton there in 2019 in Nottinghamshire colours. Hamid has 16. In fact, both batsmen have got 16 now. 4 slips, and this is chopped away again by Hamid. He's got a good number of his runs in that area, down to 3rd man. Gets 2 more, and the former Lancashire man is now on 18, 42 for 1 in the 15th over. So guess Anand Dolby is not going to have more than 8, is he? You wouldn't imagine.
It's not impossible. He does tend to have some very long spells in him, particularly with the new ball, and has become, in the last 2 seasons into this one, the main spearhead of the Bears' attack. He's had something of an Indian summer in terms of red ball cricket in his career. If you went back 3 years, he was considered more of a white ball specialist. Yep. Last year he didn't play a single T20 blast match, but he led the attack admirably in the Bob Willis Trophy. He enjoys hard work, Ollie.
Tall man, what is it, 6'7"?
Yeah, 6'7".
Squad number 20. Sets off with a little skip, and then away he goes down the runway, bowls to Hamid solidly behind it, and it's pushed into the gap on the offside. They take a single. Will Rhodes, the skipper, doing the fielding, picks it up. They'll all swap over for the left-handed Duckett. It's 43 for 1.
We mentioned that match here, September 2019. It was the week after that a very, very emotional Ollie Anand Dolby got surprised post-match after the final game of the season, because they gave Dominic Sibley his county cap, and then the great secretary of the club, Keith Cook, the man who organises so much, in charge of cricket operations, he revealed a 2nd county cap, and that went to Ollie, and it meant so much to him. You know, you think so much about professional sportsmen these days, the money they can earn, all that sort of thing. It meant the world to Ollie to get his county cap.
It's a few extra quid in the pay packet, but I think there is more to it than that, isn't there? It's the pride of being recognised. This is down the leg side from Anand Dolby. He won't be too thrilled with that, especially if it is the end of his spell. He just walked past the skipper. There didn't seem to be any conversation between the two, so maybe he'll keep on going. 43 for 1. Anand Dolby, 31 years of age, born in Halifax. We first saw him for Yorkshire, and struggled really to nail down a spot there with the White Rose, and it's been very much part of the Edgbaston family now for a decade or so. Fine player.
Can see him going into coaching afterwards. He's working on his qualifications. Obviously, that's been on hold a little bit in the last 12 months, but he's got an awful lot to offer. And I know a lot of the younger players, particularly the younger seamers at the county, hold him in very high esteem and value the advice that he can give.
There's a lot of not very much going on at the moment out there. A bit of a chat between Bresnan and Skipper Rhodes.
Yeah, the over rate's not special, is it? In the first hour and 10 minutes of the day, we've got through 15 overs. The desire is to get through 100 today. The day's play has been extended effectively till 6:15 today and tomorrow because of the hiatus that'll be on Saturday afternoon. As Bresnan's new over sees him draw Hamid forward in defence. It squirts behind towards the slip cordon. There's no run.
I had, whilst Richard was out, if you remember, started doing the scores from elsewhere and rudely interrupted myself, not only by Radio Nottingham coming to me, but the fact that I'd noticed that Essex were at the time 36 for 5. They're now 41 for 5. So Durham are having a very, very good morning there, and that, of course, is in the same group as these two counties.
Bresnan, short of a length, guided towards backward point, picked up by Vihari. And there's no run. There's not been a lot of timing about what Hamid has done. When it has been, it's been shots with no real backlift when he guides the ball and pushes the ball. Sorry, you're on the scores.
No, you're all right. You're all right. In fact, I was just...
I noticed that Adam Lythe is trying to get 100 before lunch in the Yorkshire game. So he's well into the 50s.
I was just looking, Simon and Harmer there still as the Essex only overseas. I think they've been waiting for Peter Siddle to come, haven't they? And he's obviously not there yet.
This is full from Bresnan, just touched away in defence by Hamid, outside off stump, still 43 for 1. He's an old bit of good and Siddle as well.
Very much so, yeah.
He's a bundle of energy.
Yeah. So the other game in this group is at Derby, where Derbyshire are 73 for 1 against Worcestershire. Elsewhere, Southampton, Hampshire 40 for 1 against Middlesex. Taunton, Somerset 63 for 2 in the West Country Derby against Gloucestershire. And at the Oval, Leicestershire 34 without loss against Surrey.
Bresnan to Hamid, that's straighter, defended back down the wicket and picked up by Bresnan.
And in the third group, Group 3, where all the matches last week, like our group, were all drawn. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 60 for 3 against Sussex. At Canterbury, Yorkshire 94 for 1. And Lancashire 57 for 1 at Old Trafford against Northants. Adam Lythe 59 not out from 53 balls.
90 runs in the first hour. That's lively.
Yeah.
So Bresnan bowls down the leg side, well taken by Burgess, who got 2 hands to it. In the Worcestershire game, Alzari Joseph is making his county debut. Big athletic West Indian fast bowler. I think he's struggling to find the cut strip in his first spell. So I noticed that his first 13 balls have gone for 19 runs. So
Shannon Gabriel had a bit of that, didn't he, when he first came over here?
I enjoy watching him bowl, Shannon Gabriel.
Yes,
as well.
I do. Yeah.
As Bresnan angles this in towards off stump and quite happy to defend. Back down the track is Hamid. End of the over from Tim Bresnan. 16 gone. Nottinghamshire, despite the early loss of Ben Slater, will feel that they're starting to emerge on top in this morning session at 43 for 1. No. At the moment, the pendulum is slightly in their favour, and it'll be interesting to see if we've got a bowling change here, because Alan Dolby is approaching with his big sweater on. So it looks like we're going to see the skipper come on, Will Rhodes, who probably underuses himself in this form of the game, but bowled 14 overs in the Derbyshire second innings last week. Got a couple of wickets in the first match for 29 runs, so he's a perfectly capable seamer. And I think in this match the intention, given the selection that has been made, is for him to bowl a little bit more.
So he's replacing Hannon Dolby. Got through 8 overs in his opening burst. Little unlucky, had Hamid dropped. So now Will Rhodes will be bowling to Duckett to start with. First game between these two counties way back in 1894. Since then, been 70 meetings in Nottinghamshire. There's Rhodes round the wicket, bowling to Duckett, and he defends. All the matches at Trent Bridge, bar won in Worksop back in 1987. Notts' last wins in this fixture, 2010 and 2015. Since then, the Bears have won a couple of times, both in 2016 and 2019. Overall meetings home and away, Notts have just got the edge, 41 wins to 34. Nice and full from Rhodes, and a push and run to Annan Dolby, who shies down the far end, but I think Hamid would have been home anyway. 44 for 1.
Oof, I'm quite glad a cloud's come over. I was being blinded by something that is in my eye line, in between the pavilion and the turret to the left as we look. And it was a bit like sometimes a car windscreen glints, and it was coming straight into my left eye. Don't know what it was that the sun was catching over there. You never know what you're going to find on the skyline, do you?
You don't indeed, yeah. We'll swap over again for the right-hander. Rhodes, like Annan Dolby, former Yorkshire man, bowls. Oh, he's been denied runs there, Hamid. Couldn't have hit it any cleaner, any crisper. And he's taken the stumps out at the non-striker's end. Was a little unlucky. The perfect, let's say, a textbook straight drive. It was almost baseball-like, wasn't it? In that he quickly acknowledged that it was a low full toss, and he just gave it a little bit of a whack, but unfortunately too straight.
It wiped out 2 stumps, which is quite spectacular. Bit of evasive action needed for the umpire. Needed a carpenter to sort that out.
44 for 1. Rhodes in again. Nice and full. Hit into the offside and out. Hamid goes. He's drilled this straight to extra cover, and Dominic Sibley has taken the catch. Little unlucky, but it might have been another low full toss, and Hamid this time not able to keep it down. And Dominic Sibley has picked out a fine catch there, just above his head. And Hamid troops off. Made 19 on this occasion, and Notts are 44 for 2 in the 17th over. So the bowling change has reaped dividends for the Bears. Hamid out, having faced 54 balls, hit 2 fours, lasted for 76 minutes. He'll feel a little unlucky, but Sibley was stood there, and he's a fairly solid presence, Dominic Sibley. Not as solid as he was at one time, but Hamid must have had him in his eye line and hit it straight to him. It was almost catching practice.
Well, he's 6'3" and broad-shouldered,
yeah.
So he's certainly a physical presence in that position. And I think that's in the category where the bowler can consider himself lucky, but the batsman has to really look at himself, because he's got the opportunity to put that anywhere,
yeah.
And equally to put it along the deck, and he's lifted it straight to the only man who was in any position to stop the ball, let alone catch it. So really frustrating. Will Rhodes does like to bowl a Yorker, but at the moment his length is just too long.
Well, the scorebook will say his last 2 deliveries are dot and wicket.
Yeah.
And there were 2 low full tosses, one that could have been driven down the ground for 4, and one that probably should have been driven through the offside for 4, but that's the way it goes. Notts are 44 for 2, and both openers have gone. So the good friends are reunited. Ben Duckett and Joe Clark, the new batsman. And there's nothing that a former pair likes than to be batting against the Bears.
Golden arm Rhodes, though.
Yeah.
It's the 3rd championship wicket of the season. Doesn't sound a lot, but I say he bowls himself fairly sparingly. And Ollie Hannon Dolby having probed for 8 overs at this end.
Yeah.
We're thinking, oh, that's great, that is. That's great.
And had a drop.
Yeah. Yeah. Yates putting down Hamid when he had 2, so he had 1 life on his way to 19.
Now, if anybody is a catch at extra cover victim this season, it's Joe Clark. I think 4 of his 6 innings so far, including pre-season, and I think I'm right in saying including the friendly at Edgbaston, he's hit to extra cover. So Sibley might be in the game here. Rhodes to bowl to Joe Clark, who leaves this one alone. 24 years of age, Clark, 3rd season now with Notts. Made he got a first bowler against Durham in the first innings, played nicely in the second for his 38, just shy of 5,000 first-class runs at an average of just under 38. And here on this ground, both for Notts and for Worcestershire, where he did score a big 100 here, the average is over 50 still. 51 is average at Trent Bridge. Rhodes to bowl to Clark, and as we often see, takes a huge stride towards the bowler as he's releasing and pushes it into the offside. Celebrations for Will Rhodes, although they're understandably muted at the end of a successful over. 1 for 1, not a 44 for 2 after 17 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire.
I think Joe Clark will believe that he'll go well today, because I don't care what sport it is. There's just this thing. Any sports person, if they're playing against a team who they normally do well against, sometimes it's a ground where they've got a habit of going well. It seems to give you that extra air of confidence. And having made those back-to-back centuries against the Bears here in September 2019, he'll be pondering whether he can just continue on in that vein.
Yeah, 125 and 112. It was sort of lost a little bit in that Sibley did it for Warwickshire and Sibley ended up on the winning side. But as Richard says, it is nice personally to know that you've gone well against this attack, albeit over a year ago now.
As Bresnan begins his 4th over, it's going down the leg side. Oh, has he got a little nick on that Duckett? Certainly.
Trent Bridge, a sunny Trent Bridge it is right now, which I'm pleased to say, and also more importantly it is a dry Trent Bridge. Hello, welcome to Nottingham for day one of this County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Two old rivals, two old friends getting together, locking horns for the last round of matches in this season's 4-day cricket. It's a contest that I guess both sides go into mathematically not certain of staying in Division 1, although maybe a draw. As I say, they're old friends. Certainly the two head coaches, Peter Moores and Mark Robinson, are old friends, but maybe, just maybe, they will both be able to celebrate at the end of the week, and it'll be Lancashire, the side to join Kent in Division 2. Very good afternoon, I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. The umpires, the players, at long last are making their way out to the middle after heavy overnight rain in this part of the world delayed the start, but we're going to get underway with 72 overs scheduled to be bowled between now and the end, whenever that may be. Just looking away towards East Midlands Airport, might be signs of Armageddon coming actually over in that part of the world. Let's hope it avoids us here as the sun comes out. Tea will be 3:25, so a nice lengthy session for us to get our teeth into. We've got a cast of thousands this week to entertain you and bring you this last round of matches. Kevin Howells, the headmaster's in Nottingham. He'll be joining us at various stages, popping in. We've got former Nottinghamshire county player Nicole Harvey with us. She'll tell us, I'm sure, that she's done lots of other things in her career, but everything after representing Nottinghamshire in county championship cricket is null and void as far as I'm concerned. We'll hear from Nicole in the fullness of time. And we've got the voice of Warwickshire cricket, well, at least for this week.
Voice, yeah.
That's Clive Eakins. Great to see you, fellow. How are you?
That's four, not quite thousands.
Well,
but, you know.
Well, we have actually got a couple more popping in, and we are promised over the course of the weekend, and we are promised guests as well. So Maybe not thousands, but we will have several more. How are you, Clive?
I'm good. So Warwickshire won the toss, put Notts in. 2 changes to the Warwickshire team. Michael Booth, who's acted as overseas player this season, with Hassan Ali injured, that opportunity was there. He's looking to become English qualified, hopefully will next season. He's back from injury, and Dan Mosley also returns from England duty. So Hamza Sheikh and Chris Rushworth drop out, and it does mean that Will Rhodes plays his final game for the county in this match.
Nottingham-born Will Rhodes, of course. Michael Booth,
Is that his name?
Yes, Michael Booth, I think. Did he play in... You weren't there, did it with Mike Taylor? Did he play in the 50-over competition at rugby against the Notts? It's Hannon Dolby to get us underway.
And his first ball is left by Hamid, and there's no run. He may well have done. He did play some 50-over games.
Did, yeah.
So the terms of the equations... it's a little bit more than mathematical. The fact that Lancashire can't get on against Worcestershire maybe makes it academic. But Warwickshire came into this match still needing 5 points to be sure of safety. So their first aim will be to take 9 wickets and get the 3 bowling points on the board as in comes Ollie Handobby. And that's carved away by me. That's a lovely shot. It's gone through the covers for 4. Nicole with this. It's a nice shot to start the Nottinghamshire innings.
Yeah, a little bit of a freebie outside the off stump there, but it's been played very well, timed it well, sat back, made it through the covers.
So I will mention other teams other than Notts. Western Storm and Somerset, who will become one and the same thing next year.
Exciting time for women's cricket with the restructure and looking pretty similar to the men's now, so that will come with the fan base and very much... I think that's exciting time for women's cricket, and Somerset will Western Storm will become Somerset, so they'll take that name.
Yeah, Central Sparks becoming Warwickshire and the Bears next season. That's Hannon Dolby, who needs 2 wickets to get to 50 for the season. It'll be the 3rd season in a row he's achieved that if he can manage it. And he nearly got one there. That's gone right through Hamid. He's ended up edging it short of slip. He may have hurt his hand there a little bit.
It's hit him on the shin, actually. Just seen that on the replay.
Even more painful, probably.
Yeah. Not an ideal start.
I will run through the Notts team. Couple of changes for them as well, with Verena back with the gloves on, Schardendorf out, and Hutton is replacing Luke Fletcher in the fast bowling ranks.
So in comes Hannon Dolby again. That's gone past the outside edge. A little bit of movement there for Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's been Warwickshire's most reliable bowler this season. The stats shall bring up are quite striking in terms of how much he's dominated for Warwickshire in this competition this season. To say he's their top wicket taker would be something of an understatement, as he turns and comes into bowl to Hasib Hamid with 4 slips in place, and that's a little bit of an edge, but he's managed to play it with soft hands and keep it down, Hamid, and got it past the slip cordon, so he'll take 2 runs there. 6 without loss. It does look, Nicole, as if Ollie Handolby is getting a bit out of the atmosphere of the pitch.
And he's also very tall, isn't he? He's like 6'7", 6'8". He's going to be getting a little bit of bounce out there, I would imagine. And like you said, his results speak for themselves, really, don't they?
Yes, 48 wickets this season in the Championship. The next highest wicket taker is Ed Barnard with 24. So he's got
a big difference.
Double the number of wickets as his teammate has got. Yeah, he comes into bowl now, and that's... I don't think Hamid played at that one, but it drifted away. It goes through to the wicketkeeper. So despite the one loose delivery, Nicole, decent first over from Ollie Handolby.
Yeah, he's had a great start there. He took 2 wickets in the last game against Essex. Back when he played against Kent, he had 3 and 6, so he had 9 in that match. Very much a reliable bowler. I think with his height, he is going to get some good bounce, and he's got 4 slips in play to start with. He had a couple edges there in the first over, so it's looking exciting for him, I think.
And Dave, I mentioned that Warwickshire need 5 points. Of course, Notts need 10 to be absolutely certain of avoiding relegation. So they do need a couple of bonus points, even if the match finishes in a draw.
Yep, that's right. It's an unused wicket, which perhaps a little bit surprising, or maybe not. Perhaps they're going for a high-scoring draw. Anyway, this is the wicket that's been left for the end of the season. It's going to be Ed Barnard to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, which is going to undergo all sorts of developments over the winter. And next season there won't be a pavilion, there won't be anything at the far end next year. This is the last match in which the Trent Bridge Pavilion will look as it does at the moment. Barnard, who's got a fine record on this ground from his Worcestershire days, bowls to Ben Slater, who works it out on the leg side, and there's no run. So the Nottinghamshire side, as I say, 2 changes. The gloves revert to Kyle Verreynne. He's been away back in South Africa representing his country in ODIs. A 2-1 series loss against Afghanistan. I say back in his country, he hasn't. It took place in Sharjah, those 3 matches over the last week or so. Barnard bowls, Slater leaves it alone, and the other change, Luke Fletcher, who picked up a side nickel, which is really, really unfortunate for Luke. In many ways, it really is the worst possible outcome, because Luke Fletcher leaving the county at the end of the season. He's replaced by Brett Hutton. He would have loved, I'm sure, a farewell in front of his own fans, but hopefully we'll get Luke in with us on Saturday and we can have a bit of a natter to him then. He's going to be honoured by the club on Saturday and will be joining us for a little bit of commentary. Not 6 without loss as Slater turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the Notts side then, Asiba Mead, Ben Slater, Freddie McCann doing next, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Carl Verreynne, Lyndon James. Brett Hutton comes into the side, Rob Lord, the new Kiwi, Jacob Duffy, who had such an exciting debut down at Canterbury last week, and the young spin sensation Farhan Ahmed make up the Nottinghamshire 11. Last match of the season. Notts with 2 wins are 8th in the table as this goes through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run. Well, we'd love to hear from you. We're on the old Twittery thing, at Brace Cricket. Nicole, are you on the old Twittery thing?
Nicole Harvey 02.
And Clive, you do the emails.
Yes, clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk.
So if you have anything to sell or or promote, use the email format. This is...
It's a good carry there from Bernard.
It is, past the outside edge. Slater has plenty to play for because he is on 933 runs in the first class season, so he requires 67. The other one who could potentially reach 1,000 for the season is Joe Clark. He needs 95. Asiba Mead has already got there. Barnard with succession of dots in this over, comes in trying to complete a maiden, but he doesn't get it as Slater uppishly gets a boundary down to third, away to our left. Not totally convinced he was in control of that shot, but it flew away quickly to the fence, and Notts already have 10 on the board.
Played that a little bit on the up, hasn't he, really? And I think he's played it slightly away from his body. He's got away with it this time, so it's 4 on the board for him, and it's always nice to get off the mark with a 4.
So just once again going through those equations then, we know Kent are down, of course. It's just whether Lancashire can manage a miraculous escape. They need to win, and win big at New Road, which they may struggle to do simply because of the weather there. But if they were to, as I say, Nottinghamshire need 10 points to be sure of staying ahead of them. Warwickshire need 5. But being a bit more half full, both these teams could still finish or either one of these teams could still finish as high as 5th. Warwickshire start 5 points ahead of Notts, so basically Notts probably have to beat Warwickshire to overtake them as Hannah Dolby comes into bowl, and that's driven to mid-off. There's no run. They could do it with a draw and out bonus pointing Warwickshire, but that would take some doing. Realistically, Notts probably need to beat Warwickshire to overtake them. They start. Neither of these teams can get top 4, but Notts start 17 points behind 5th place Durham, who, by the way, haven't got on at all today. It's been abandoned for the day, their game. Warwickshire start 12 points behind Durham, and Warwickshire 5 points behind Worcester. Notts 10 points behind Worcester. So there is an incentive to climb that table a little bit as Hannon Dolby comes into bowl. I think he did play that one at me. What do you reckon, Nicole? Did he play at that, or was that him keeping the bat inside the line?
I think he thought about it, and like I said, then it just lifted his hands a little bit. Thought maybe not. Second thought. That actually didn't carry as much as some of the earlier ones, so It's interesting. Bit of variation.
It's lovely to see so many school children here. I'm always slightly suspicious that it's the teachers who really wanted to be here, but they seem to be enjoying themselves. I'm glad they've got some cricket to watch, as that one is defended solidly by Hamid.
Yeah, just a word on that as well. If you're part of the community team and know who these schools are, please let us know. We'd be delighted to give them a shout out. Lovely to see them. They've made lots of noise, and at least from this distance, sat very patiently through the couple of hours where we didn't have any cricket. But as Clive says, lovely that they've come along there. They're actually watching some cricket here at Trent Bridge.
I mean, there's quite a lot of room for them, to be fair.
Yep.
Understandably, it's not the biggest of crowds today. As Hannon Dolby comes in with 4 slips in place. That's quite a wide delivery, which he gets away with. Hamid stretched for it a little bit and hit it with the toe of the bat and can only get it into the covers and doesn't get a run for it.
Nicole, I'm afraid you're closest to the bad weather. Does seem to be coming in from our right at quite an alarming rate. Let's hope this blows around the ground.
That's a little bit loose from Hamid. I thought he was looking quite tight in his stance and compact. Just a little bit loose, but he's got away with it.
It's been a fairly lively start since we finally got underway at 1:10. Didn't rain this morning, but it was been very wet in the run-up to this game. Hamid pushes up onto the offside, and with a hint of hesitation from him, he's called through for a single by Slater. 11 without loss. So it still looks fairly damp out there, obviously fairly chilly. Warwickshire, it's only the third game, I think, now that they've been wearing these cable knit jumpers. Which means we can't see their numbers. But Will Rhodes said he's been agitating for them for ages, so it's a bit ironic he finally got his way when he's 3 matches away from leaving the club.
Yeah, it's going to be a big hole for the club, isn't it? I mean, he's averaging, 45? Where's the runs going to come from next season, Clive?
Well, indeed, as Hannon Dolby comes in, right arm over to bowl. It's played a mid-on. I mean, they haven't been too bad with the bat this season. Alex Davis has got 1,100 runs, Ed Barnard 759. But yeah, they will miss Will Rhodes without a shadow of a doubt. He needs 17 in this match, by the way, to get 1,000 runs in the championship for the season, which will be the first time he's done that. But they'll miss his batting. They'll also miss his bowling. He bowls fairly sparingly, but he's a useful bowler to have. But unfortunately, Warwickshire have struggled. The Bears have struggled to find a use for him in T20 cricket, which I think is the biggest reason why he's wanted to move, to get an opportunity to play in that format. Lots
without Ben Duckett and Ollie Stone away with England, and of course the Bears missing Jacob Bethel. And Chris Wokes with the England? No. But I presume England are encouraging him to rest at the moment. Yeah. Seba Mead down at this end for the first time, taking guard from David Milnes, clean-shaven David Milnes. I caught a glimpse on the TV on Monday of the one-day cup final. Terrific work by the ground staff to get that on. 11 without loss as Barnard bowls to Hamid, but he's clean-shaven today. He looked like a werewolf on Monday, and he liked that comment, actually. I had a natter with my old mate out in the middle. Jack Shantry, the former Worcestershire bowler, is the other umpire at square leg. Our scorers for this one: Mel Smith's here doing the notching as ever for the Bears. Roger Marshall, the old trusty servant. Good to have Roger back after not feeling well a couple of weeks ago. Roger, this is driven into the offside by Hamid, and there's no run. Ian Smith working the screens here at Trent Bridge. We've had a natter to him this morning as well, haven't we, Nicole? And of course Paul Harrison, who for the last time at that pavilion will be looking after the players over there in the dressing room. Not sure what's happening next year, but the players are relocating downstairs here for the whole of the 2025 season. It'll be a building site at the far end, as this wide of the off stump from Barnard, just a little too wide, and Hamid lets it go through to Michael Burgess. It'll look very different, I'm sure, over the next couple of years. Again, been banging on about it all season here, Clive. It looks different looking away to our right now. We've got the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home blocking our view away to the right, which has now got the curtains up and a few people taken residence, and again wide of the off stump from Barnard as the floodlights come on here in Nottingham.
Yeah, it's good that we're playing. Let's hope we continue to. In terms of issues in the First Division to be decided, it says just that last relegation place. Obviously, no Surrey have won it for the third year in a row. First team to do that since starter for 10. Who was the last team to win 3 in a row? When? Any?
Yorkies, wasn't it, in the 50s?
60s, in fact, 68.
Ed Barnard balls to the Nottinghamshire captain, just runs this to point, and there's no run. Barnard has been miserly so far. There was just that uppish boundary that went for 4 in his first over, but 5 dots so far in this one.
But second place is still up for grabs, and that's worth a lot of money to whoever gets it, and it's between Hampshire and Somerset, who play each other. Hampshire starting 2 points ahead of Somerset. They're now 3 points out of them because they got them at 56 for 3 at Taunton.
Barnard passed umpire Milne's left shoulder, and the Nottinghamshire captain just drops it on the leg side. So maiden first of the match. Nottinghamshire 11 without loss after 4 overs. Put into bat by Alex Davis, who won the toss. A 72 over day. So if we get them all in, we'll be doing well. But if we get them all in, I'd imagine we'd be going on till about 6:30 to get them all in. Tea will be at 3:25, irrespective of overs or anything else. So let's just hope this nasty looking weather just blows away.
Handel will be polishing the ball. Does feel strange playing so late in September. So, someone was telling me that apparently Anthony Gibson's been saying on the Somerset commentary that their match is the latest they have ever started a county championship match. Hannon Dalby comes into a bowl that's left. You finished now, have you, Nicole?
Yeah, we were talking about this at lunch, weren't we? Saying it was a little bit chilly. I mean, not that much different really. We haven't had too much of a summer, so we haven't had too much boiling hot weather, but it is quite chilly now, and I'd imagine the players are very grateful for those jumpers.
Can I just draw your attention to the ground staff? After getting the ground ready, there's nothing more than they would like, just to lounge on some of their comfy sofas with a cup of tea, but I'm afraid they've all just emerged as a pack to get by the hover cover, just in case.
Getting dark.
Hannon Dalby into bowl, that's left, there's no run. So while we're still on, just issues in the second division. Sussex already promoted, need 4 points if they are to clinch the title. They're not going to get them today. No play for their game between Sussex and Middlesex, which is very bad news for Middlesex, who must win that game, really, if they're to nick the second promotion place away from Yorkshire. Yorkshire starting 15 points ahead of them. Yorkshire haven't started, haven't given up for the day yet in Yorkshire's game heading against Northants, but they have given up for the day at Hove between Sussex and Middlesex. And there we are, some people not sitting down. You would think, with the little window of play we have, people wouldn't want to delay the game. As Hannon Dalby comes into bowl. Oh, that's nips back and taken by the wicketkeeper, goodness me. So how difficult is it to play in the cold, Nicole? Does it make a big difference?
I think batting, it's not too much different. Bowlers, your hands are cold, and you've got to make sure, especially like with a spin bowler, your fingers are cold, and if you're bowling finger spin, you've got to make sure you're warm and ready. Hand warmers very much come into play then. But you just get used to it, I think, and playing in England is never that hot, is it?
No, it's always entertaining seeing an overseas player arrive for the first time from a hot country. That one is played back to the bowler. There's no run.
Carol says, Dave, it's raining in Castle Donington, so that's where the airport is, away to our right. Certainly looks to be pretty foul weather over there, and then ominously she adds, it looks like it's on its way to you. I was going to say,
with apologies to Carol, let's hope it stays there.
Yeah.
He's getting quite dark now. Warwickshire have not managed to use this window to achieve anything yet. This is the 5th over. Nottinghamshire have scored 11 runs.
Good toss to win, I reckon, don't you?
Yeah, Hannon Dalby into bowl to Slater, who drives that, whips it away through the offside. Alex Davis gives chase, but that's going to be fielded by the ground staff in front of their hover cover. That's 4 runs. Nice cheer from the school kids for that boundary.
A little bit full there from Hannon Dalby, but it's a great shot. Slater's just lent on that. Hit it lovely through the covers.
Oh, they're all signaling 4 as well. Some of them are really into it. Great stuff. 15 without loss. 2 of them appear to be in blue uniforms and 1 in red of the school groups, and there's one that
There's one in green as well, isn't there?
Yeah, turquoisey green.
Oh, is that green? Okay. Oh, yeah, in front of them. I missed them, sorry. Still somebody... I mean, there's a lot of room on the ground, so there's no real excuse to be behind the bowler's arm and interrupting play, but somebody is.
Do you know what I reckon that is? I reckon that's the committee, because they've been rehoused on this side.
Alan Dalby bowls, that's left by Slater, and there's no run. 15 without loss. And of course, Nicole, the batters have got to keep out of their mind, I suppose, the fact they might be coming off any moment now and they'll have to start all over again. But they've been reasonably productive, Slater and Hamid, so far.
Yeah, I think it's very much just trying to set a base at the moment. You don't know what the weather's going to bring, but very much just set a base for the team to go on and kick on from. And obviously, inevitably, you want to bat a bit of time, stay quite tight and composed in your stance here, and not playing too many loose shots. But once again, if it's up there, then they've hit quite a couple boundaries already early doors. 3-4 slips in play. You want to be a little bit careful, but
false start there. Ed Barnard came roaring in.
Behind the bowler there.
Well, Hamid wasn't ready, I don't think. He likes to go through. He's not quite Steve Smith, but he does have all his rituals and mannerisms. And
he's got a little front foot press, hasn't he?
Yeah, clearly he'd only got through half of them, so Barnard has to go back. Turns, leaves behind a pile of sawdust, unused so far. Comes past umpire Mills.
Oh.
Bowling! Terrific delivery, and Hasib Hamid loses his off stump with a lovely bit of bowling from Ed Barnard. Well, if it was made to wait before bowling that delivery, perhaps there was a little bit extra in it. Lovely bit of bowling from Barnard. And the Notts captain has gone very early on in the piece here in the 6th over. Hamid bowled by Barnard for 7, Notts a 15 for 1.
Well, that was spectacular. So success for Barnard, and it means that East Warwickshire have managed to use this little window of opportunity and got something out of it.
Yeah, Hamid's just squared up there, hasn't he? He's just, I mean, he's done a little bit, but he has squared up and is off stumps out the ground. Not, as I said, not an ideal start to lose a wicket early for Nottingham, but Warwickshire are happy, and to be 15 for 1, it's a good result for them, and they think there might be a little bit of rain around as well.
Yeah, this is there's only play at the moment in 2 venues in the country. They are back on at Taunton, where Somerset are 63 for 3. They are now off at Chelmsford, where Essex had reached 116 for 1 against Surrey. But raiding there now, and so they've given up for the day. We're at Chester Street, Durham v Kent. And they've given up for the day also at Cardiff, Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, and at Hove, Sussex, Middlesex. And now at Headingley. They've called that off for the day now as well. Yorkshire, Northants. So no progress in the second division promotion race. Of course, that suits Yorkshire. Are we coming off here? Oh, the umpires are moving around. I know he's just taking position. We had drinks come on, which... Really? I mean, I know wicket's just fallen, but come on, let's get on with it, shall we?
Did you do the game last week at Chelmsford? No, it was at Edgbaston, wasn't it?
I didn't, no. I didn't have that brief joy.
We did have towels coming out at the Somerset-Surrey game when they had been in there. One batter had only been there for 2 balls.
Yeah.
From afar, it just looked quite extraordinary that the bowled out.
I mean, what the coach Mark Robinson said, he was actually more angry with how they were bowled out at Worcester in the first innings than he was at Essex. The conditions were perfect, by all accounts, for Cook and Porter, who are 2 of the best bowlers at exploiting those sort of conditions.
New man is Freddie McCann, left-hander, just his 5th first-class game, has 1 big 100 to his name already, and he's struck on the pad and falls away onto the offside. And there's no run. Talented youngster, lots of runs this year for England under-19s and for the seconds, and came into the first team at the start of this little run of 5 at the back end, got 51 at Durham and then 154 here against champions-elect Surrey, so really announced his arrival with a big score. 19
years old, is quite a responsibility batting at 3, lose a wicket early doors, so probably a little bit nervous, but like I said, he's been doing really well, hasn't he?
Really is a promising youngster, pushes us into the offside. Yeah, I'm sure there are a few nerves, but he doesn't. It's one of these. You talk to them, then they just feel they're been made for. It goes out there and doesn't seem to show any. And been a terrific introduction to the first team for him. Bowls a little bit of off spin as well. Drives this back to Ed Barnard. And there's no run. Because sometimes it's what do they call it? The difficult second album, don't they? Once all the bowlers have got used to you a little bit, they this sort of tend to work you out, and that's when you have to graft for your runs. But to get 150 here against Surrey this season, massive. Shows how good he is. Notts losing a wicket then in this over. They're 15 for 1, having been put in. And 2 left-handers at the crease. McCann off the mark with a hastily scampered single. Potential there for a few overthrows as Davis shied at the stumps, missed by a mile, but they were backer-uppers. 16 for 1 and McCann's underway.
I've heard someone suggest it's the third album that's the difficult one, because usually it's the second album that people notice. Oh, that's brilliant. And then they go back and listen to the first album, and then the expectations are high for the third. So that's the one apparently that...
Slater recently passed his 33rd birthday, pushes this into the offside, advances down the track a step or two, no chance of a run. 16 for 1 and Ed Barnard has the first wicket of this match. He's bowled nicely, hasn't he? 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5.
Well, he's got to 25 for the season. Ollie Andorby's still looking for these 2 wickets that will get him to 50.
You're quick to tell me, Nicole, that you've played here.
Yes, quite a few times. So, no, sorry, just reading my little thing on Ben Slater, actually. I thought changing the subject there, but I've reading how he's been really revolutionary for Nottingham since he joined here in 2018, from former rivals Derbyshire, local rivals, I guess.
And then Dolby to come into bowl to McCann, who pushes that defensively into the offside for no run.
Ground staff are looking a little bit twitchy.
Look at their phones now. They're probably looking at the radar, aren't they? Which I always avoid. I hate those things.
One's walking up and down, pacing.
We're okay at the moment. It is quite a black cloud. If it could just blow over quickly, we might get away with it. You never know. That's 6 overs in. This is the 7th. Not 16 for 1. Hannon Dalby to McCann, who again plays that safely out to point for no run. Looking for a quick run. It's not to be had.
I'm sure, Clive, at Edgbaston you get messages from all points and parts of the world and wonder about these people in these far-flung places. We're going out live to Kyoto in Japan right now. Sam's with us. He's over there studying Japanese. That's the best place to do it. Glad to catch a bit of play on the stream. Sent me a few pictures today, and glad you're coming through loud and clear in Japan.
Hannah Dalby bowls. That's left. Good lead from McCann. It was rising a bit. Tight line, but it was always going to go over the stumps.
Not sure if that's ever been a bucket list sort of place, but it must be a very, very interesting place to go to, Japan.
Yeah, not been, I must say. And Dalby.
McCann only had 8 in his last innings against Kent, but Slater had 160 and 22 not out.
And McCann defends that pretty well. For Uzanaz was a good straight delivery from Hannon Dalby, but he was hoping it might hit the pad and he'd be not appealing, but he got his bat to it, McCann, in time.
Mark the Mods with us on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Afternoon all from a very showery Sevenoaks in Kent. Any news on tomorrow's forecast? Come on, Notts. Every point is precious. Similar, Mark, I think. It's going to be one of those. If we get it, we get it. If it blows past, then we'll be fortunate.
This one from Andobi. Oh, that's a bit of a wild swing. He's been playing pretty sensibly, McCann, this over, but he took a bit of a swing and drive at that one and missed it. He's rehearsing the shot a couple of times. See, Somerset now 64 for 5, by the way, Hampshire, who Warwickshire actually robbed them of all the second place prize money 2 or 3 years ago. There's a famous Liam Norwell game when Warwickshire, against all the odds, bowled Hampshire out for 120 odd and avoided relegation as a result. But that also robbed Hampshire of second place and a lot of money. Hannon Dolby into bowl, and that's turned round to mid-wicket for no run.
Kevin and I were talking, actually, whilst the ground staff were mopping up this morning. Was that 2 years ago or 3 years
Now then,
ago?
let me think about this. That would be...
The only reason we say
it would be 2 years ago, yeah, it would be 2 years ago.
The only reason we say it is because Kevin says this is one of his favourite rounds of the season, because inevitably the very last game to be going on, usually there's something at stake, and we both referenced that and couldn't work out whether it was 2 or 3 years ago.
And a bit of news in terms of the battle against relegation. They are planning to get on at New Road. There's going to be a start at 1:55 scheduled there.
There's Barnard, the wicket taker, bowls to Ben Slater. Might push for 2 here. He's going to work Oliver Hannon Dolby, who, as he goes to field it from long leg round to deep backward square, you could see the accompaniment of 6 shadows all around him from the floodlights, which the umpires won't like to see. Couple of runs, 18 for 1. So has the toss taken place at New Road?
Yes.
There's
Do you want to know what happened?
Balls to Slater, and probing forward. There's half an appeal outside the line.
In a way, I'm slightly surprised Lancashire have won the toss, and given that they need to score 400 minimum, they've actually chosen to field first. So their aim will be to bowl Worcestershire out and then get their 400 odd.
Yeah, they want to bat only once, won't they? There.
Yeah.
Barnard again. Bowls to Slater down the leg side. That's beautifully... No, it's not beautifully taken. I beg his pardon. I expected Michael Burgess to beautifully take that, because he's such a good keeper. He couldn't have done any more. Flung himself to his right. It just brushed the pad, and it's gone away down here for 4 leg buys. 22 for 1. You could, I guess, make an argument as to whether Ben Slater was playing a shot or not, but I thought he was just attempting something, and clearly umpire David Mills did as well, so the 4 leg buys will count. Just wonder if there might just be a spit or a spot in the air. Sometimes it...
You're a real harbinger of doom with the weather, aren't you, Dave?
Well, I hope not. I hope not. That was... This is left alone, shoulders, arms. I was just going to say, sometimes you see this and it sort of blows round the ground, and the old soothsayers, the sages say, oh, it's following the line of the river, so it'll miss you. And sometimes it does. I mean, that looks to be coming this way, but hopefully it will blow round the ground and head off for my back garden in Newark instead. 22 for 1, 8th over. Didn't get underway till 10 past 1, and Slater's again inconvenienced. This one struck him midships, and he might just be gulping in some fresh East Midlands air right now, and just trying to get rid of the pain for a moment. Just trying to get his breath, I think. 22 for 1. It's a little nippier than he at first looks, Ed Barnard.
He's had a good season. He's won the I think it's the second year in a row actually. He's won the Player of the Year award in the 50 over competition.
Comes in again and bowls and beats Slater on the outside, goes through to Burgess. Another tight over from Ed Barnard. He's 4 overs 1 for 7. Oliver Hannon Dolby 4 overs none for 11 here on BBC Radio Nottingham. We're on the live stream provided by Trent Bridge Live, and we're on... Now, I always used to say BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, but you'll correct me.
Well, you would have been right a couple of years ago.
That's what I say.
But it's now BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Got some BBC sounds. Yeah, Ed Barnard's got 750 odd runs this season, and taken those now 25 wickets. I'm going to see Michael Booth have his first bowl of the game. Michael Booth, who I say is playing as an overseas player in this match. He will be English qualified, I think, hopefully from next season. But the absence of Hassan Ali all season has at least opened up the opportunity for Michael Booth to play some Championship cricket, and he's looked good. He's looked lively. He comes in to bowl to McCann, and that's gone past the outside edge. I'm imagining you haven't seen Booth bowl yet, Nicole. Should you see what you think after seeing a few deliveries?
Well, that looked a little bit more skiddier than your sort of Hannon Dolby height, 6'7", a little bit more bounce, a little bit more carry. That looked a little bit more skiddy, but I've only seen one ball so far.
Yes. My laptop is now coming up with rain warning.
No, we're thinking positively
yeah,
at the moment.
It's usually wrong. Booth into bowl, and he just chops a bat on that McCann and gets it through the gully area for a single.
Skiddy is what I'm seeing so far.
Just looked up Michael Booth. He did play at rugby school in that
Yeah.
50-over game. He got 1 wicket. Guess who it was? He's out there now. Ben Slater, caught behind by Michael Burgess.
A little bit difference in pace here. Bernard's bowled about 73 to 75, and Booth's just started coming in there about 83. So
Yeah, there's a bit of nip about him. Just 2 slips on the gully for him now as he comes into bowl, and that one rises.
A bit of carry.
Yeah, that Slater, I think, did play inside the line, but that one whistled up into the air, into Burgess's gloves.
Burgess has taken that at shoulder height, so that's probably carried the most than anything all day so far.
He does look a good find for Warwickshire as he comes into to bowl, and that's gone past. I think Slater did play at that one. That's gone past his outside edge. That's an examining over from Michael Booth.
Good start, is it? His straps early on here. Looks in good rhythm.
It's got a smooth action I quite like to see that with a fast bowler. Looks like he's bowling very good pace and he's bowling good heat, but he's not trying too hard.
He's in again to bowl. That wraps Slater on the pads. And goes down to back of square leg. That will be a leg by, I think. It will be confirmed by the umpire. He's poised to signal it, and now he does. Does it with a clenched fist. Lifts his leg up. Stands quite neatly. Well balanced, and just hits his just above the knee with a clenched fist to indicate leg by. And Booth has got a couple of arm straps on as he comes into bowl, and that is turned away to square leg by McCann into a little bit of space, so he gets a single there. So got 3 singles out over, but some couple of good deliveries from Michael Booth. Nottinghamshire at 25 for 1. And we have had, how many overs? Where's the overs on that scoreboard? It's a busy old scoreboard, isn't it?
Top right.
Oh yes, 9 overs bowled.
Yeah, 72 to be bowled, so we'll do well, I think, if we get another 63 in. Let's keep our fingers crossed. It's going to be Barnard to continue. Just a word, if you're either listening on the ground or you're coming along, I've had a note from Steve Lamotte, who runs the heritage team here, and also looking after things in the library, the Peter Wynne Thomas Library. The great giveaway, he describes it. If you want a cricket book, if you're coming along, if you want a cricket book or a magazine, they have got lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff that they are giving away this week as Barnard bowls to McCann, strikes him on the thigh pad and drops on the leg side, and they'll take a single. 26 for 1. So if you like a cricket book, if you're coming over the next 3 days, or if you're on the ground listening, lunch and tea each day, the library will be open. There's lots of books that they're giving away. There've been donations over the years, and they've just got so many of all the different copies, and he tells me that you can go along with your bag and help yourself to whatever you want. 26 for 1 as Barnard round the wicket bowls to Slater, nudges it into the offside. You don't get that offer every day from a library, do you?
No.
So might go and get a book or two if we have any further delays.
Grouse for sitting down now in front of the hover cover, looking a bit more relaxed.
Not sure where the children keep going to, but there's a number of them that keep running off. Miss, I'd like to go to the toilet, please. As, this one is left alone by Slater.
You ask one, and then 20 need to go.
Yeah. We're going now. If you want to go, you can go now.
I mean, to be fair, there's plenty of space. There's a couple of like civilian spectators there who aren't from the school parties, but they've chosen to sit there.
I did have a little message from just a 52-year-old. I put it's lovely to see the school parties here, and he said all the seats to sit in, they sat in mine. So this has eased into the offside, and there's no run. So that's a bit of a shame, but I'm sure there's alternative accommodation available. Just a 52-year-old, 26 for 1 knot.
Shrewsbury School, is it, Ed?
Yes, I think that's. I'm speaking off the top of my head, but that sounds right. Yes.
Shropshire born,
That's right.
Shrewsbury School, all-rounder, and he joined from Worcestershire in 2023 on a 3-year contract.
Slater pushes this into the offside. Dylan Pennington on the ground today. Saw him earlier. He's a former Worcestershire man, former Shrewsbury man as well.
And it's always easy for us to select the team, but it was the one thing, that unfortunate T20 quarter-final defeat, which was a massive blow for the team. They didn't select Ed Barnard for that game, and I did feel at the time, even before the match, that might have been a mistake.
Comes in from the
Is that
Stuart
3 or
Broad
4
end.
years now they've missed out?
It's 4 years in a row that they've lost in the quarterfinals. 3 years in a row where they've topped the group and lost in the quarterfinals. So it's frustrating. I mean, look, you've got to remember they have topped the group, so they've obviously done well in the competition. There's been a lot of sort of gnashing of teeth from supporters over that defeat, but I mean, the fact is they've done very well in the T20. It's just at the crucial hurdle. And in fairness, Ed Barnard wasn't selected regularly. He played some of the games, but not by no means all of them. But I just felt he'd had a really good 50-over competition, and I think they could have done with him on that day. They opted not to select him.
Collectively, the North Group need a good year next
Well, that's
year.
the truth. Nine quarterfinals in a row now have been won by the South Group team, which is a little bizarre. In comes Booth, and that's played away onto the onside for a single. Gosh, you'll be happy with that, Nicole. The southern teams winning all the...
Yeah, we were talking about this, and we were talking about how it's really good for cricket in the West Country and the South West. You've had Somerset obviously coming second in
everything
in that, and but Glamorgan winning, and then Gloucester winning, obviously the T20. So that's brilliant for cricket in the West Country, and I think it shows that how much it's coming on. And yes, okay, they haven't got many England players, those teams, but how well they're playing and how much good cricket they're playing.
Booth into Slater. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That one didn't carry so much. It's taken low down by Burgess.
Kevin Marriott's just sent an ominous message. The rain's about here. The ground staff are getting ready. Trevor Walsh just on Japan. It's my favourite country of the many, 60-ish, that I've visited, Dave. Get it on your bucket list.
Okay.
Thank you, Trevor.
Where were we? Yes.
Southwest, yeah.
Yes,
and actually, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and
that Booth bowls, and that's defended by Slater.
Talking about how they want some of those players from the Southwest to be in contention for some of those England spots maybe in the future, and more in the sort of franchise cricket, the 100, etc.
I mean, the slight difficulty is that they don't seem to take much notice of county cricket, the selectors at times at the moment. But yeah, well, I was really pleased for Gloucestershire, but it is amazing how often it's the case. And it applied, actually, the one time that the Bears won the T20 was exactly the same for them, as Booth comes into bowl to Slater, and then he plays that back, there's no run. It's often the team that limps into the quarter-final that gets a bit of luck to qualify. The Bears did it. I think it was Notts, actually, that saw the Bears into the quarterfinals when we needed Notts to win a match against all the odds, against Yorkshire, I think it was, and they did. And the Bears scraped into the quarterfinals and then went on to win the tournament. And Gloucestershire the same. I mean, they didn't play in the last round of matches. They were relying on Essex losing in their last group game to qualify, which they duly did. So it's amazing how often that happens. That's a good ball from Booth again. It's been a good over from him. Slater goes on a little bit of a walkabout, goes past his end of the over, 27 for 1, and the umpires are about to have a chat, rather worryingly.
I think Gloucester very much were the underdogs as well, which is brilliant for them, and actually sometimes in cricket that's a good thing. People sort of underestimate you a little bit, they don't think you're ever in contention, and I think they're very much a gritty team. They're very much a family feel down there.
Yeah, we're going off. Answers on a postcard as to why, because there's a little bit of rain coming down, but I suppose it's likely to get heavier, but I don't know. They stood around chatted about long enough, so they could have carried on for another over or two. But easy for me to say, but that's it. Rain has stopped play, so what we've managed to get one ball shy of 11 overs in. Warwickshire have taken 1 wicket in that time. Hasib Hamid bowled by Ed Barnard for 7. Ben Slater scored 10, and McCann scored 4. Nottinghamshire at 27 for 1.
Thank you, Clive. Thank you, Nicole. Just quickly, a number of people sent messages in. Sorry, I've not got round to them all yet, but Sarah Gosling's there, Bob the Coventry Pie is there, Charlie sending his best tea, saying what great work from the ground staff. Martin, what do you expect, Dave? It's nearly October with this weather. Adam C is there, Suzanne Martin, the Sheffield Outlaw, Chris Morley, Peter Draper, Sam Locke, all sending messages. Gary Regan, Clive mentioned about late starts, just got the 2014 handbook. Notts played Somerset 24th to the 27th of September in 2013, David. So I don't know if that's the latest.
Where? Over here, yeah.
At Trent Bridge, yes.
Right, yeah.
Obviously,
yeah.
I know in 2020 the finals day was at Edgbaston in October, that one that Notts won, but of course that was also the one where we didn't get any play on the Saturday and it was held over until the Sunday. Horrible conditions for that one as the rain continues to fall down. The hover cover has made its way out into the middle. Quite quickly, as it does a great job, and let's just hope that this blows away quickly. So on 5 extra, we will hand over to Kevin Howells with rain having stopped play of Notts 27 for 1. Yes, Kevin will look after listeners there and try and find some cricket where we'll be on and off on 5 Sports Extra over the 4 days. A couple of internationals, of course, to come tomorrow and on Sunday. I would like to say that we'll be back on shortly. It looks a bit grim and gloomy, but let's hope it blows away. Earlier, there was a presentation out on the outfield. To Notts' second 11, won the second 11 county championship this season, so congratulations to them. On Saturday, before the start of play, there will be a presentation to Luke Fletcher as well, and as I say, we'll get Luke up and have a bit of a natter to him. And on the board, on the screen at the moment, a presentation to Anne Cusworth, who's been the second 11 scorer for a great number of years, and understand that Anne might be stepping down from that role. So nice to see Anne commemorated like that on the big screens. The tarpaulins are being dragged onto the bowlers' run-ups. It's not raining heavily, but there is plenty of spits and spots in the air. The dark clouds overhead don't look too promising. Let's just hope it blows away and we get some more cricket. But we'll leave you for the time being here at Trent Bridge with the sad news that rain has forced the players off after 10.5 overs. Notts 27 for 1 having been put in. The 1 wicket to go down. Hasib Hamid, the captain, lost his off stump, bowled by Ed Barnard for 7. That was in the 6th over with the score 15 for 1. All the scores and updates from all the other games, of course, available on the BBC Sport website and app, and keep abreast of the social media, and we'll update you as to what happens here, any updates that we get from Nottingham, any resumption in play, and of course as soon as the players are back out there, we'll be back on with the commentary. Thanks for the time being. Thanks for Clive and Nicole for sharing the last 40-45 minutes or so since we got underway, and in the meantime we'll say ta-ta for now, just hoping that this quickly blows away. 45 minutes play that were possible. Notts 27 for 1 after almost 11 overs, so we're going to get back underway. We can go on until 6 o'clock if the light holds, although there are 29.1 overs remaining. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We've got Nicole Harvey here with us this week, which is an absolute delight, and so too is to sit alongside Clive Eakin. It's been a long old day, mate, hasn't it?
Shall I switch myself on? That's better. It's an absolute delight to have me as well.
It always is.
Finally got back out there. I mean, the sun was shining at one point. Always nothing more frustrating than to see the sun shining on a cricket field and you're not playing. But clearly the umpires and indeed the ground staff are concerned. I think they were looking particularly at the bowlers run up at this end. There might have been a little soggy. They put some sawdust down there now. Well, Lancashire putting the pressure on a little bit. They have Worcestershire at 119 for 7, so these two teams still need, remember, Warwickshire need 5 points, Notts need 10 to be sure safety. Clearly, the challenge for Lancashire is going to be getting batting points, and what I gather from Frank and Scott's commentary are not easy batting conditions there. But if they got to 400, then it would waken these two teams up a little bit.
Interesting that the ground staff have taken the hover cover off, which is a brilliant thing, as we always say, but they've not headed straight off to have a well-deserved cup of tea. They've been working hard over the last hour and a half or so, but they're hanging around with intent just in case.
Booth has got one more ball to bowl in this over, the 11th over of the innings, which we bowl to Ben Slater. He did score 65 in the fixture at Edgbaston, which was a rain-affected draw, fairly even on the first innings before it got rained off. Booth bowls, and that goes past the outside edge. And Nicole, what we've seen in the 11 overs so far suggests that Warwickshire might be slightly disappointed to only have one wicket.
Yeah, I think Booth's looking really exciting. He's got a good pace behind the ball, a little bit skiddy, but he's also had a little bit of carry. He's probably had one that's carried through the best so far at shoulder height to the wicketkeeper. But yeah, it's all systems go here. I was just going to say to you, what do you think about the point system and the fact that Nottingham have actually won 2 games? Warwickshire have only won 1, and yet Warwickshire sits 7th and Notts sit 8th.
Well, I mean, there's always been other points. It's never been about, well, it has been, but not for a very long time has it been about most wins.
Oh dear.
Are we going off, really? What's the issue here then?
What's happened there? For light.
We've just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, and I'm afraid, having just seen one delivery bowled, we've been off for the best part of an hour and a half or so. We've got over the ground at the moment blue sky and white fluffy cloud, but I have to say, from sort of behind us, trying to crane my neck out of the window and have a little bit of a look, there's a filthy, a real batch of filthy dark cloud approaching, and I don't know. Should you take them off?
It's not actually raining.
No, I've not seen any light meters. I can't see any rain falling.
I'm sorry, I don't get this. Well, I get it. I know what it's precautionary, isn't it? But
in fact, I think there is
a couple of umbrellas up,
now,
so there's obviously a little bit of rain coming down. We surely could have got one more over in. I feel sorry for the public. It's actually surprisingly respectable number of people here, given
they've waited around a long time, and just to see one ball, that must be very frustrating. You've got one umpire there thinking, I'm not sure about this, but the players are well and truly walking off.
And who'd be a groundsman? I know you talk to them, and I love my job, absolutely love my job, but you watch them some days and you just absolutely feel for them, don't you? It's just a non-stop merry-go-round.
Yeah. They have gone to some serious efforts and some long hours they work, so I mean, fair play.
Yeah.
They've had a tough enough week, haven't they, with the one-day cup on obviously the first day was called off on Sunday, and there was so much effort went into trying to get some cricket then, and then the reserve day on Monday exactly the same, and
they did remarkable to get that game on. Remarkable.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give the umpires a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, in that I'm going to suggest that what they want to do is make sure the covers are on before some very heavy rain arrives, which presumably they're anticipating, to protect the outfield, make sure it doesn't get too wet. But it's not a good look, this, is it? They're sitting out there in the sunshine with a hover cover on, having gone off after one ball.
The spectators are starting to leave as well.
Well, you'd imagine there'd be a rainbow around somewhere. Because Clive says we've got glorious sunshine at the moment. A little bit of drizzle you can just make out on the with the backdrop of the Batman board at the far end. The floodlights are on. It's a real strange mix of weather at the moment. But I would hope they'd get them back out there sooner rather than later.
I mean, the umpires are still standing out there, so they're obviously not getting soaked. Yeah, there's a first get on with it shout from the crowd today. And I have to say, I have a little bit of sympathy with it. I know it's very easy for us sitting here, and it's very difficult for the umpires out there, but...
So what do you think about these wins?
So I think, I think there's a couple of things I would say. Firstly, I'm a great believer that once you decide on the point system, I think it's unfair on teams, and this was going to happen to Somerset had they won the championship. People said, oh, well, sorry, one more game, so it's unfair. Well, that's the point system we had at the start of the season. You knew that, so that's the way it is. It's not just about the most wins, is it? It's about bonus points and about draws. What I would say is, personally, I did say this at the start of the season, I think 8 points for a draw is too many. I think it should be 5, maybe 4. So that's the one thing I would change. But it is what it is. It's a point system that everyone started with at the start of the season.
I just find it interesting because obviously, as any player wants to win a game, don't they? Even playing in this format, you do want to win.
Of course. And,
you want to play as much competitive cricket as possible and have the biggest battle and challenge. But it's almost structured that, in a sense, you want to play for those bonus points on a draw, don't you?
But, yeah, I was just looking at these. I mean, they've won one more game than Warwickshire, and there's only 5 points between them. So it's not a massive difference. They've both lost the same number. That's
what I mean. It's an equal comparison. You look at Lancashire, they've actually won 3 games.
Yeah, but they've lost 6.
Exactly. Whereas Warwickshire and Nottingham are in the same position in terms of the other games.
Oh. Anyway, on that bombshell.
Well, it is. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? As you say, the season starts and you know exactly what the point scoring system is, and you play to that. What I didn't like, and I'd completely forgotten about it, and I shouldn't have done, because I was here the very first match of the season when Feroz Kouchi had his bat taken off him, and and it was only last week, wasn't it, that it came out that a couple of weeks ago that Essex were docked 12 points.
12, yeah.
They did win the game, though, didn't they?
Well, they did win the game, but
so I suspect that's why it's 12. If they'd lost the game, I suspect it would have been a lot less.
Well, should that matter?
Yeah, of course it should, because if they've done something that potentially gives them an advantage, however small it might be.
But he didn't really. He went out there with his bat right at the start. They got the gauges out and checked it.
Yeah.
And his bat was proven to be too big. But I don't like the fact that it just hung around for 4 or 5 months before a penalty. What if it happens in this game, Clive? Are we going to make a ruling on that in February or March?
Well.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? If you...
I don't know why it took so long, although I dare say there is a reason I don't know why it took so long. I suppose, in a way, Essex were probably quite relieved that they got the point stop this season, because it's not actually going to make a huge difference to them, in fact. Whereas, had it been carried over to next season, for the sake of argument, that might have affected them a little bit more. This is bizarre, isn't it? The ground staff and the umpires are standing out there, and I suppose there must be a bit of rain coming down. There's the old umbrella up. It's barely visible, and the sun is shining.
Yeah, it's not a light meter issue. We didn't see them get their light meters out and take a reading, and they can't do the same at the moment because the hover cover is protecting the strip, so you can only feel or imagine that there are drops of rain falling. We are behind glass, even though we've got the windows open on the 3rd floor of the Radcliffe Road stand. You've really got to peer intently and lead yourself to believe that there might be a little bit of rain falling. But honestly, I can't see any.
No, I can't. There's still an umbrella to it, which has always puzzled me. That if you're a spectator and you want to get them out, why are you holding your umbrellas up to tell the umpires that you're?
Yeah, there's a green and gold brolly in front of the pavilion, and there's a blue and white one in the Fox Road stand.
They have come off at New Road, by the way. No further success for Lancashire. They have Worcestershire at 119 for 7. They'll be battling against the weather and the conditions, but they're still keeping themselves just about alive in the battle against relegation.
Can I just mention one or two things whilst we have got a minute or two? I know it happens all around the country. I'm sure there's something similar at Edgbaston, but here at Trent Bridge through the winter, all year round, in fact, the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society have some of their meetings, and I've just been asked to give a mention to some of the forthcoming events through the winter. If it's something you might like to be involved in, the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society it is. They do have a website, the Nottingham Cricket Lovers.co.uk, where you'll find all the information, but they have confirmed their list of speakers for the winter. These events are normally held on a Thursday evening in the Derek Randall suite. Those of you that come to Trent Bridge will know where that is, in the Hound Road stand, or sometimes either in the long room or the Boundaries Edge, but you'll get all the information on the website. The first one starts on Thursday the 17th of October, and guest speaker that night, John Morris, Derbyshire, Durham, Notts and England, of course. There might be one or two stories about flying aeroplanes with David Gower.
You saying that? I met him when he was there for the Brian Lara film premiere. And he's a little bit fed up. They're calling the players back on here.
Yeah.
To our honourables. He's a little bit fed up that he's remembered for two things. And one is the Gower flight, and the other has been the bowler when Brian Lara made his 501. Yeah. Obviously, he had a very good, successful career. Aside from that,
very good. Yeah, he played here for a couple of years. I can remember him giving Glenn McGraw a few verbals in a match here in 2000 as well. That's a nice story for another day. So that's the October meeting, Thursday the 17th into November, Thursday 7th of November. Tim Crow will be one of the guest speakers. He's done a biography on Clive Rice, so that will be of particular interest to Nottinghamshire followers. I'm just going to mute the old effects microphone because that hover cover A is wonderful, B is noisy. Into December, Stephen Mullaney. That meeting is Thursday the 5th of December. Annie Chave will be here. I think most of us know Annie, who does a lot of broadcasting when Somerset are playing, alongside Ryan Sidebottom. That's Thursday the 9th of January. There'll be a Blaze player and Lyndon James for Nottinghamshire at the 6th of February meeting. 27th of February, Harry Gurney. Of course, everyone here knows all about Harry. Leicestershire, Notts and England, of course. And then Thursday the 20th of March, Wayne Madsen, who spent, of course, a good chunk of his life and his career just down the A52, Derbyshire. Interestingly, it says on here, Wayne Derbyshire, who plays for KwaZulu-Natal, Dolphins, Derbyshire and Italy. As he does, Wayne Madsen. We've all played for Italy, haven't we, Clive?
No, can't say I have. I have to say, for me now, the umpires have got this wrong, haven't they? They should never have come off. Now, whether they were expecting a heavy shower which never materialised, I don't know. But there was no credible reason for me. Yes, there's a little bit of rain, but it was tiny. It was hardly any. And
you say what you feel.
I just give you an opinion. My opinion is
it's never got heavy, has it?
I think they've got this wrong.
Yeah.
But it's of course not my job to umpire. It's there, so I'm sure they won't be too worried about me saying that. But for me, they've got this wrong. It's probably not cost us very much.
I would imagine.
Overs.
Yeah, I'm going to say. I would imagine we've had a couple of overs chopped off. Anyway, Freddie McCann and Ben Slater, the two left-handers, make their way back out to the middle, and the stumps are back in. The bails are just being popped on, and hopefully we can get some more cricket in a moment. Maybe, just maybe, the one or two spots led them to believe that perhaps something heavier was coming.
I'm sure that's the case.
So we've had one ball
Very good ball, by the way.
Well, it was. It's certainly the best delivery of the last hour and a half. The board is still showing 29 overs to go. So if that is correct, we haven't lost any, which I would imagine that should be tinkered with. But,
yes. How long have we been off? Probably. Well, we give but 10 minutes, isn't it? So we'll probably lose 3, maybe. 26 left.
There's Ed Barnard. Still says 29 though. 27 for 1. Barnard round the wicket to Freddie McCann, and he plays it down into the gully. We're underway again, and Notts resuming from 27 for 1. Dave Bracegirdle, Clive Eakin and Nicole Harvey here at Trent Bridge. Been a long old day, a day that began of course with lots of speculation about which of these sides would get the better. Would Lancashire be able to exert any pressure? Well, they've done that. They're off for rain at New Road. Worcestershire 119 for 7 as Barnard bowls outside the off stump and through to the keeper, and there's lots of oohs and ahs out there from the Bears.
Some lively spectators.
Yes, I noticed we were getting a little bit restless, weren't they, by the end of that interruption. Whether that's why the umpires are kept at 29 overs to go, I don't know. I still think that'll probably change in a moment when the umpires notice it.
Freddie McCann has 4. He's now faced 17 deliveries and now 18 as he blocks this ball from Barnard, who has given nothing away really. He's gone for just 7 runs, and 4 of those were right in the first over, and it did look to be a slightly false shot from Slater that flew between gully and point and away for 4. Number of people left when they went off 10 or 15 minutes ago, but there's still a handful inside watching as this is nicked deliberately, I think, played down into the ground by Freddie McCann. I think he was trying to find that gap between the slip cordon and the gully. No run. You can see vapour trails over the ground now, so an indication there is a little bit of clear blue sky up there. We've not seen a lot of that during this first day. Floodlights have been on for much of it, as they are at the moment. As Barnard continues this round the wicket assault of Freddie McCann and the 19-year-old shoulders arms, and it goes through to the keeper. Seabermead bowled by Barnard for 7, the 1 wicket to go down. I had a correspondent during the stoppage say that by his calculations, Seabermead has been clean bowled 11 times this season. That seems quite a lot. Quite a lot. Something I'm sure that Haas will look to work on through the winter. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run, and another fine start to this spell for Ed Barnard, who's bowled unchanged from the Stuart Broad end. The 12 overs that we've had, he's 6 overs 1 for 7.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce on 1 or 2 of those deliveries, and it'll be Michael Booth to continue. I'll come back to our 5 Sports Extra listeners, and it's going to be Booth bowling to Slater. 10 off 33 balls. He's been patient. Then Slater, and he pushes that one out into the offside for no run.
Rob Collins, it's unfair that Lancashire got to play Kent twice, whereas Warwickshire and Notts only got to play them once.
Well, that's obviously going to be the issue when you don't play everybody twice. But then it has been that way in the county championship for many moons. If you think back when it was one division, you play sort of 22 games or 24 games or whatever. But I know what he's saying. So as Booth comes into bowl, and that's almost an LBW shout there. Slater late on that, and it's hurt him a little bit.
A little bit high, but he is very late on that. Wouldn't he?
Yeah,
but then
was.
it's about 10 mile an hour difference in each end with the bowlers.
I do seem to think, though, Clive, just on that point, that back in the day when they did that, they balanced it out the next season. So the one you played at home, you played away, and those you didn't play. Booth
comes into bowl, and that's played under the offside. There's no run. Doesn't particularly solve the problem, though, does it? The problem that you're highlighting there is that, particularly with promotion and relegation,
but it sort of doesn't balance it out next season either. You still might end up, if you're unlucky, playing Surrey twice. If you're lucky, you might end up playing the weakest team once, and so on. It just doesn't seem to be.
But I don't know what the solution to that is, though.
Well, we do, don't we? 2 divisions of 9 and 16 matches.
Well, that's played out to the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a well-timed shot from Slater. Moves on to 40. I mean, you can say that, but what's the point? Because that's not going to happen. And I understand why I would prefer 2 divisions of 9, but obviously the problem with 2 divisions of 9 is it takes longer to play the games because somebody has to miss out every round of matches, whereas where you've got 10 and 8. I think I'm right in saying there's 16 round of matches in total, which you couldn't have if it was 2 divisions of 9. You'd need more than that because not everyone can, because somebody doesn't play each round. Anyway, Slater, nice shot that from Slater to move on to 14 and take the score to 31 for 1. These two came together at 15. And Booth with 2 slips on the gully. Bowls, and he opens the face of the bat there, Slater, and hits it a little bit more gently this time out to the boundary fielder at point for a single.
Yes, need to keep half an eye on Ben Slater. I don't necessarily think today, but he needs 67 runs in this match to reach 1,000 for the season, so I'm sure that's something that he's aware of.
Getting an extra slip now, Booth, for McCann. Runs away from us, and McCann plays that to mid-off. End of the over, 32 for 1.
Slater's only reached 1,000 in the season once before, and that was in 2018, and that was a season where he had a good first part of the year for Derbyshire and then joined Nottinghamshire for the matches in August and September, so he did it sort of for 2 counties. So this would be the first time, if he can get the 67 in this match, that he would have done it purely for Nottinghamshire. 32 for 1. Pleasant again. The only shadows around the players at the moment are from the sun. Floodlights remain on, though. I guess they'll leave them on throughout the session. As Barnard stood beside a pile of probably damp, soggy sawdust. Sets off from in front of the committee balcony. Bowls to Ben Slater, who got 160 last week at Canterbury, his 2nd century of the season. Turns this down to Booth at long leg for a single. 33 for 1. Four slips in play now. Warwickshire know that whilst this ball is still relatively new and hard, it's their best chance to nick a few off. In comes Barnard, bowls again, and this is driven by Freddie McCann. Just seemed to drag it a little bit, and it was.
That's not sounding good, is it?
Stopped by the bowler.
I think the difference, McCann stands very tall in his stance. It's pretty square, whereas Slater starts open, has a nice front foot press, a little bit lower in his stance.
In comes Barnard. Ian again attacking the stumps. Freddie McCann works it.
To be fair, we said about the umpires maybe peaking soon, coming off, but you can see there on the wicket, the follow-throughs, it is quite damp.
Yeah.
You can see there, the footmarks are clearly there.
Look, it's always much easier to make this decision sitting up here.
Barnard again. To Freddie McCann, he was late on that one. He was pushing at fresh air outside the off stump as it goes through to Burgess. And really good stuff this from Barnard. He's bowled unchanged, as I say, from the far end. We had, was it 3 overs from Ollie Annan Dolby, 4 overs from Ollie Annan Dolby at this end, and then he made way for Michael Booth.
The Hampshire bowled Somerset out for 136 in the battle for second place at Taunton.
Freddie McCann on 4. And squared up a little bit, runs out off the outside portion of the bat to point. Yes, I'm not sure what, but they'll be playing for a vast difference in prize money, won't they, between second and third?
Yeah, it is.
It's not somebody something I've deemed to look up this week. What the sides well clear of Notts and Warwickshire will be playing for. Barnard again to conclude another over that's only gone for a single, and they're claiming a caught behind here. Warwickshire is celebrating, but umpire Milnes keeps his hands in his pockets, and
McCann signed his hip,
Yeah.
but it cut him in half. It was a great ball.
Lovely bit of bowling. End of the over, 33 for 1. Barnard 7 overs, 1 for 8.
The county champions get 1,060,000. Don't think that's each. I think it's just the whole thing. The runners-up get. No, I beg you, no, ignore that. Sorry, that's wrong. So that's the total sums. Let's have a look. The players of the winning county receive £350,000 for winning it, and the players get that, and then the county get 150,000. So it's 500,000 in total. Total prize money award. The runners-up. I'll give you the runners-up in a moment.
Hannon Dolby's just come back on here.
And bowls a ball that just goes past the outside edge of Slater's, taken by the wicket keeper. So the runners-up get £225,000. 175,000 go to the players. None go to the commentators. 50,000 goes to the county. It doesn't say what third place is here, so I don't know what the difference is. But I mean, that's, £175,000 to divide among the players. Expect you got some pot like that or something like that for Western Storm, did you, this year, Nicole? In comes Hannon Dolby to bowl, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. How does it work with? I've always wondered, how does it work with the prize money? Does it get sort of divided evenly, or
Western Storm was certainly nowhere near the prize money. I hate to say it. So
fair enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't know is the answer to that question.
Fair enough.
I think they came bottom and second bottom in the 2 trophies this year. Hopefully Somerset will bring some change.
Hannon Dolby to Slater. Oh, this is out of the way. There's no run. The ground staff by the hover cover again.
Yeah.
The crowd are getting quite involved here, considering they've been waiting around a long time.
Well, they deserve their reward, don't they?
Got an appeal here for umpires, would-be umpires, new umpires.
That's what I should offer, since I've been chuntering about them.
Mention in a moment.
And the Dolby in, and Slater leaves that. There's no run.
Nigel Hall, Dave, any chance to mention club cricket is desperate for anybody interested in cricket to take the coat and start umpiring. Umpires can either start in the Bassett Law League or the South Notts League and then progress to the Notts Premier League. Says Nigel. It's going to be on the Boundaries Edge all day tomorrow, in the Boundaries Edge all day tomorrow. That's on the first floor here at the Radcliffe Road stand. If anybody would like to contact me, that's Nigel Hall. He's on Twitter as well if you want to drop him a message. He's the Premier League chair.
And Dolby balls, that nips back a bit. There's no run.
Really important that we do obviously have people who are keen to officiate and umpire matches all around the country. It really makes your club cricket match, your Saturday afternoon league match, if you've got a couple of umpires there willing to do it. So if it's something you're interested in, get in touch with Nigel Hall on Twitter, or he's going to be in the Boundary Edge all day tomorrow.
And Dolby round the wicket he comes, and that is caught at slip. And so Hannon Dolby gets his 49th wicket of the season as Rob Yates takes another excellent catch. Yates, who's been taking catches at remarkable consistency this season. That was quite a sharp chance. He had to move to his right fairly swiftly. If I have got the catcher right, that's his 20. 8th of the season. Oh, it's Rose. It's Will Rose. I do beg his pardon. As Will Rose is 11th. And it was a very good catch. Yes, Yates is at second slip. My apologies. Rose moved swiftly to his right and took a very, very good catch.
It was strange because who was it they all ran to in the gully?
Sam Haynes. So whether he came up with a plan.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He ignored the catcher, ignored the bowler, and everybody ran to Sam Haynes.
He called it, and then they had a little dance to celebrate.
So Ben Slater's got to wait until... and if he gets a second chance in the second innings, he's still shy of that 1,000 for the season. Here's another fella who's got that very much in his target. 905 first-class runs for Joe Clark so far. A little look on the pictures. Those of you following on the live stream, Trent Bridge Live, will see that behind us the filthy dark clouds are imminent once again.
I suppose that's what the umpires were expecting earlier, but it obviously took a bit longer than expected, and we did waste 10 minutes or so, and we could have had some play, but there we are.
Good catch.
Very good catch from Will Rhodes. Warwickshire, particularly early season, with the exception of Yates, did shell quite a lot of chances, which did not help them. There's a few games that they might well have gotten to strong positions in if they'd held their catches.
So end of the over does mean that Joe Clark, although he's out there, is at the non-striker's end. He's just doing a little bit of gardening, conducting his own inspection of the strip. Just wiping away or tapping away with his bat a few loose particles of earth at the far end. It's McCann on strike. Barnard bowls a good delivery, which pitched middle and off and then nipped away sharply off the seam. Good bit of bowling here. 33 for 2 Notts, having lost both openers. Hamid for 7 and Ben Slater the latest to go. He made 16.
Warwickshire would love to get a point here before they come off. They know they're not going to be on much longer. Indeed, Alex Davis is now going to join what is now a 5-slip call, and they just want to get a wicket, get a point before we end for the day.
Barnard comes in, bowls a delivery. I think it's gone under the bat. Maybe he just squeezed down on it, but Michael Burgess, with a little bit of kidology there, threw the ball skywards, and the slips were all willing to join in. There's lots of good fun out there. There's lots of animation as well. They're clearly up for this.
Yeah, it's been a tough season, particularly the Championship. It's been a tough season. It's good to see them up for this final game.
False start from Barnard here.
I think they're having a bit of camaraderie in the slip cordon at the moment.
Hello, umpires are consulting.
The ground staff are looking ready with the hover cover. I
think Joe Clark backed himself. If he could just delay that delivery, that might be enough to save him having to face another ball. It is quite dark now in fairness. It's much worse, certainly light-wise, than it was when they came off earlier.
Yeah, we're going to go off. And I tell you what, and I have also just noticed that they did lop 3 overs off the tally whilst we've been playing. That's all irrelevant because they are going to go off with Notts 33 for 2. So a nice little period once again for Warwickshire. Ed Barnard is going to be able to keep bowling throughout the entire game from the far end if they keep doing this, if he keeps having little 3 and 4 over spells and then they nip off. But a second wicket this time, Oliver Anand-Dolby, who's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. Slater out for 11 again. We'll just try and mute that a little bit so you're not deafened by the hover cover as it's quickly brought into position. We saw, those of you watching the pictures, we saw just how dark the clouds are from behind us at the Radcliffe Road end, and I'm afraid that's where it's blowing from at the moment. And sadly, we're going to have to wait until that's out of the way. It's been a hugely frustrating day, but Warwickshire have had 3 things go right for them. They won the toss, they got rid of Hamid in the first little session, and now they've got rid of Slater in the second little session.
They haven't actually taken the stumps out of the ground yet.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's raining yet, is it? The light is poor, and I will say that in fairness to the umpires. They're taking a reading, aren't they?
Yeah.
Taking a light reading.
But I don't know if they took a reading before they took them off. That was all with...
Because it wasn't because of light, was it? It wasn't down to light, it was because of...
No, just now.
Oh, just now?
Yeah.
Well, they're just taking the reading now, aren't they?
Yeah, stumps are coming out now.
So there we are, I'm afraid. It really has been the definition of a stop, stop, start for a little bit, stop, 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 start for a little bit, stop, stop sort of day. Hugely frustrating, as I say. Come Sunday tea time, both these sides might, oh great, job done, got a draw. We didn't get much cricket in at Nottingham, but that's a long way ahead of us. There are better prospects certainly for days 3 and 4. Tomorrow might be a little bit on off as well, but there's plenty of time to get this done.
I would hope that Warwickshire will want to win this, because they don't need the draw as much as Notts do. They will probably be all right on bonus points unless Lancashire perform miracles at New Road. So I would hope that Warwickshire would want to win this and get that second win of the season. So they'll be up for it, but clearly Notts in a different position where they might want the insurance policy of the draw.
Well, I don't think bowlers are out there thinking, well, we're not going to try and get wickets because we need a draw. And I don't think the batters are out there thinking, well, it doesn't really matter if I don't get any runs. They're out there desperately wanting to put a good score on the board. Have to say, sadly, now that we've got pretty much a blank screen on the board at the far end, we can see the rain coming, and it's a little heavier. And
everyone's starting to go home.
They are indeed, Nicole. Their patience, I think, has
to be honest, they have been
exhausted.
incredibly patient. You know, they've waited around an incredibly long time.
So that's it for the time being, folks. I'm afraid, obviously, as soon as the players get back out there, then we'll return with the commentary. But once again, we're going to be in limbo a little bit. When they went off like this just before 3 o'clock, it took about an hour and a half before they got back on. And I'm afraid there's the view on the live stream, but that's the weather that we had. Those of you looking at the pictures, that's the weather that we had. We were able to play under those blue skies and the fluffy white clouds. The filthy weather is at the other end, and that's where it's blowing from, and that's where the rain is coming in from, as the huge tarpaulins are now brought on at Trent Bridge. At 4:45, there is still plenty of time, but it is going to take, I think, a great deal of faith and maybe even a great deal of wind to blow the nasty stuff away if we're going to get back on today. 33 for 2, Nottinghamshire. They've lost Ben Slater in that little session for 16. Earlier, Seabermead out for 7. And I'm afraid that's all we've got for you for the time being. Just a reminder, keep abreast of social media, or however you find out whether the cricket's on or not. If they return this evening, then so will Nicole, Clive and myself. Otherwise, play scheduled to restart on day 2 at 10:30 tomorrow morning. But let's not give up on the day just yet. Once the play does resume, whenever it is, we'll be back with the commentary.